You're nothing but a troublemaker, kitty. Oh, you're out of here. Okay, bye. Oh. Furious. Yeah, I mean, I don't have half of these teams made, so. Keep out, we have. Laws, we don't have. 1-0, we don't have. Yelfa. Team feed. Alright, alright, alright. Looks like we are getting underway. Let me double check. Oh, yeah, that audio is not going to work. We need it all the way up there. What the heck am I doing? At least I caught it before we actually got under any fighting. Because it looks like Furia and Mulaz are going to be pretty close together. Severny might be a tightly contested area. Doesn't look like anything else is going to be too crazy. Most of these teams have claimed a spot. Will be going for it. Would you too? Getting Pachinki, that's interesting. Normally you see them down in military base. I don't know if Max Win got that first or what. But should be interesting. Team Liquid, where are they at? Normally they're South George. I don't see them there. Nanu trying to shoot people out of this sky. We are down one team to start this because we do have 18 teams in this. So it looks like we're missing Team Liquid right now. AKA and No Limit Gaming are fighting each other. AKA it looks like a 3-man. I know there was some connectivity issues with Discord and a little bit of problems overall with just some connection to the game. So kind of see what happens. Danny had made it up onto the roof, but so doesn't Nanu, and that's going to be a quick and early kill for them. AKA, they pick up the second kill because Santastico goes down to the members of 55 before AKA gets killed. Now potentially dangerous. Lose one to Bestia. Like, this is a kind of crazy start overall. It looks like our leaderboard in the top left is a little inaccurate. That's back on week 3 currently, but this is week number 4. It is day number 1, match number 1. So we have 11 more matches after this to go. Obviously 5 more today. And then tomorrow's matches, which I don't think are tomorrow. I believe, looking at the schedule that I saw earlier, that I was staring at earlier, there's not going to be any matches tomorrow because of the Players' Cup. So we will be seeing matches on Thursday instead. A little bit different. A little bit different for us to be casting on Thursday instead of Tuesday or even Wednesday, because that is our normal second day. But we're jumping all the way to Thursday, and then we will be doing more PAS watch parties Saturday and Sunday for the last chance qualifiers, just so long I can be here for those. I think I might have something going on Saturday, so we might not be here right at the beginning, or we may not be here at all, but we will be trying, because watch parties are fun. PUBG is fun. We want all of the attention we can get. This is very quiet. I hear... Okay. Got it. They are checking their volume too, and they also have no volume. So it looks like a little weird here. Oh, there we go. Now we have audio back. Good, 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 good. I think a similar thing happened last week when we were doing Smear Zero League. One of the observers just didn't have audio for a little while, and then they clicked a button and it came back, just all of a sudden. So it was kind of interesting to see. And it looks like we are updated to week 4 now in the top left. So let's go over some teams well, they're currently not showing right there. We have Elkadzia, 55, Furia, Bestia, potentially dangerous. Luminosity, Team Liquid, Toyo, Rock, AKA, Mira, Not Today, No Limit Gaming, Max Win, Keep Out, Mulaz, 1-0, and Wu Ju 2 as our teams that are in here for this week. So Furia, it looks like, gonna be making their way down towards Mulaz. Let's... Oh, we are at 1080. I'm gonna make sure we stay at 1080. I think I am gonna need to upgrade here at some point to a 4K monitor. Because, who wouldn't want a 4K monitor for an even better viewing quality so I can actually stream in 4K to you guys, if at all possible. Oh, Posa was ready for it. Almost takes down Gringo. Fortunately, a bullet away. Gringo gonna stop up, heal up, and then move forward again. Tavon does a lot of damage over towards Psycho. One more bullet needs to connect, and it does, but it was onto the driver, so Psycho still surviving. Glock gonna be shooting at Karak. That is the wrong UAS if he wanted to get the knock onto the other player. But all these teams slowly making their way in. I think Team Liquid was the team that didn't make it in. Based off of what I saw on drops and everything, I don't think Team Liquid made it into match number 1. It looks like Elkadzia is fighting Keep Out right here. They did knock and flush Velho Quente. Kawazine and the rest of Furia are bridge camping the Mulaz. Sir Latinho trying to find an angle to actually fight Furia from, and he's about to have a nade thrown over towards him. He is trying to outmaneuver them. I imagine Gizira is gonna see him in a second. Oh yeah, he's starting to take damage to the water. I think he's just trying to give this up to the water at this point. Yeah. We're gonna see him down there swimming for his life. Boop! His box just pops up, floating at the top of the water. And Elkadzia have wiped out Keep Out, so huge there for them. As someone's hitting a first aid kit. Alright, Seifu's hitting a first aid kit. Wuju 2 ended up in this as a 2-man. It looks like Enzito has now gone down, so Seifu could be rough for him. If any of the teams know that they were only a 2-man, it's definitely going to get rough for Seifu, but yeah, I don't know what the chances are. It was posted in the chat at one point that they dropped as a 2-man, but you know, I don't think it was ever specifically spotted out. They are under Luminosity right now, but this is MRIA. I remembered what this was like 5 minutes ago, but I can't, in my head, remember what it is now. I know it's international at the end. Oh, gosh. Now I'm disappointed in myself for forgetting what MRIA was. Mission Ready International. That's what it was. Oh, my goodness. The brain fart that I just had right there is nades coming out from Toyo over towards Bestia. Vinny gonna try and throw a return nade, and so far it's just been 13 damage on to Mime with these nades going back and forth. Honestly, he might take more from fall damage if he drops down there. Benya now takes some damage from that one. as more smokes getting thrown over. Still a couple of nades to be used on both sides, and it's Seifu from behind that gets the knock onto Emmy. Gets the knock on to Benya, so that is 2 players knocked on Toyo by Seifu. Vinny going to be trying to throw a nade over here to steal one of the kills away. Seifu does get his flushes before he goes down, and Flood going to find him with the mutant. Now, they should be aware in the kill feed that Seifu went down, but they may not know where the rest of Toyo is. Because Toyo was 2 up here and then 2 down below. We see them in their cars just barely on the edge of the mini-map there. They are driving away. Yeah, Bestia. They have all of Mount Everest to themselves now. 2 kills to go alongside it. And they should be able to get all the info in the world. MRIA gets a knock onto Gizira. Looks like Karam is subbing in. As Posa trying to drive out of here. And it looks like MRIA going to be able to hold down their area for right now. I'm surprised they didn't swap it from Luminosity and just kept it as Luminosity for this. Because their names are changed to MRIA. As, oh my goodness. That's a very different volume. How loud is that? Okay. It doesn't get too overly loud. I don't see. If you guys think it's too loud, I can turn it down a little bit. But on this... maybe I do want to turn it down just a bit. Alright. Not today. In crates right now. Meanwhile, Mira, and it looks like No Limit Gaming, gonna be sharing space over by South George. Mira kind of along the eastern side of it, and that is a zone pull. So we're gonna... wow. We're gonna see teams have to kind of split this. Because you're gonna have a lot up to the north, but then you still have crates and a couple other places that you can play down to the south. Holy crap. This is much louder than the other one. I feel like our volume has changed drastically. Anyways, like I said, this is going to be a mad dash to the north, because what is that zone? That's absolutely ridiculous. And a lot of teams are going to have to reposition because of it, and now you're playing like a 50-50 game. Do you go up to the north, or do you stay down to the south? I guess it's more of like a 60-40, with how this one could go. But definitely is going to end up pretty crazy. Mira was able to come over here early. Alcadzia, over towards their east. Still on the northern side, of North George. So it's interesting to see that no one's really dove into the rest of the apartments. Everyone's just kind of playing, towards the edges here. And we'll have to see. Now it is No Limit Gaming who actually follow the exact same rotate as Mira, coming in behind them Mira is checking over their heads. They see Not Today on there, so they're going to look up towards their roof. They're trying to shoot Not Today off. And Not Today didn't leave here, so the sprays come out. But onto the rooftop, they land. So Haven going to try and get away from there. He does get in to the side, and now he's going to peek out, see if he can shoot them. And Not Today, with that, may actually be able to kind of steal away the vehicle from Mira that they had over there, as Mira's attention is going to change over onto No Limit Gaming. Arv getting a knock onto Fakeson, so it's one down on each side. Nade does go into the building, does no damage to Fakeson. Blue zone is going to go from Haven. Luckily, they picked up and moved Zello away from the spot that he was at. They should be able to get the res, no problem. He's going to be able to get healed up, and this is going to go back into a 3v4 really right now, because the other member of Mira, LFP1, is focusing on Not Today, trying to make sure that they're not going to push over here and try and interrupt the fight. Psycho try and spot out the players on 1-0. Feels had gotten knocked, but he did get back up. Pippa making his way across, but now he's getting shot from down the ridge by Screaming. Luckily, he has a couple of barrels he can hide behind. Oh, the nade from AK-47 does get the knock. Pippa goes down. Nanu finds a knock onto Karak. So now you have two players knocked on 55. The zone is going to be moving in here in a second. And all of these players are going to start taking so much damage from the blue zone unless they have a couple of blue zone bags. Feels, was spotted out by Arnzira, and the spray perfect onto Feels to take him down. So two players knocked from 1-0. Pippa goes down to the blue zone. Now it's going to be Psycho and Arnzira that have to go forward into Screaming, so we'll see how they do as we try and hop over to them. Screaming taking a lot of damage. Psycho goes down. And I don't think Screaming will be able to get this first aid off in time. He's going to go down. He's just going to make sure to get his flush before he disappears from this game. 1-0 down in 13th place. Arnzira has a long run to go across that bridge. But now we're hopping over to Luminosity versus Mulaz. Sonics taking a lot of damage. He goes down to Bizzler. The flush comes out from Michael immediately afterwards. Warlock going to be the last one left for the Mulaz. He has a folded shield. Luminosity, if they want to, could try and take care of this, but they got to be careful because Furia is lurking. Shots coming out from Warlock. Karam hitting so many, and it's Quan to steal the kill away. So now MRIA is going to try and back off of that. Mission Ready International doesn't want to be fighting up against Furia right now. Is Kawazine nailing the shots onto Mime. Wasn't able to hit the final one that he needed to get the knock. Bestia still 4 strong. And Mime was actually just looting in a spot where Kawazine would have been able to shoot him. Does get a couple of shots onto DraftKing now. And he's hitting the first couple, but the rest of them after that are just not following along. Posa has gotten a knock onto Mission Ready International. So now, I mean, it doesn't even look like he tries to push it that much as Bestia tried to throw a couple of nades into the smoke. Might get Bizzler as he's trying to drive away. Did quite a bit of damage to him. He's one bullet away and still surviving for how much? No, Bizzler just shoots out of the vehicle, gets the knock onto Mime. He did not care. He was just like, I'm going to try and get this kill here. Does get the knock before going down. Vinny gets the flush. So Mission Ready International are going to be down one player as Bestia going to be trying to get the res onto Mime. As Vinny, Flood, Draft King, they're all going to be... No. Vinny and Flood are over here. They're going to be looking over towards Furia. And Luminosity have come back for revenge. Vox gets a re-knock onto Mime, gets the flush with the vehicle blowing up. Draft King trying to do some damage. He backs off. He might... Well, if he went too much further, he was going to walk into a Molotov by accident. Draft King's nade gets both of Mission Ready International, though. And down they go. He's getting shot from the side now. And he goes down to D. And Kraken prepped that for a little bit too long. He did spot out Zello just a little bit farther along the ridge line. Gonna be trying to loot this body right here. He does find an AUG, so he's going to pick that up. Furia trying to work the edge here like they did so well during the weekend, Friday and Saturday. They just absolutely dominated, soaking up points, especially on Saturday during the group stages. Now Spray goes out from Flood, and he does so much, but he misses out by a bullet or two to get the knock onto Posa. And, I mean, I don't really know what his option is, because trying to go up and over this hillside, he then has to run down it, and he's just going to be out in the open. Draft King's still alive. He is going to go down here in a second as Danshin gets sprayed down by Vinny. Couple of headshots and a body shot makes him exit from this game. Now he's going to grab a little bit of heals before going into the zone as we hop over. No Limit Gaming still fighting on the edge with Furia. They're going to be trying to hold them out of the next zone. But they got to be careful to make sure that Mira doesn't try and push up and over the hillside. Luckily, Not Today is going to be in the apartments. Probably giving some oversight along that hill to make sure that No Limit Gaming doesn't get pushed by them. Now, Andrew is down on the low side, should be covering fire for the rest of his team, as Furia may look to try and push down here. Kraken. Oh, Kawazine does get a couple of shots onto Andrew. And he was spotted out, so, I mean, No Limit Gaming just have to play this exactly how Andrew is right now. A little bit more defensive. That nade does so much. If a second one comes out before his first aid goes off, he could be going down, but he gets it down. Kraken gets the knock onto Zello. Danny trying to nade him, but Kraken is already out of that position. Ready for the nade to come out. He repositions slightly, and this turns it into a 3v3. They go for the res onto Zello, then it is going to be a 2v3 for a second, and Furia is going to have the ability to kind of push forward. Danny is going to try and get the res. Posta gets the knock onto Andrew. This smoke is almost gone. Arv with some good covering fire gets the knock onto Kraken before Kawazine gets the knock onto Arv. Now pushing up and over the hillside. The shot's coming out from Danny. He does a lot to Kawazine, but he goes down as Posa finds Zello, and No Limit Gaming eliminated by Furia. Posa now knocked and flushed by Mira. They did make it up the hillside even. If Not Today was looking over there, they weren't able to do enough to stop the push. Wow. Up into the north. Oh, Flood finds both members of Furia that were still alive and was able to eliminate them. So we have 6 teams remaining. Alcadzia, they've had a really good game. 8 kills so far. D with 4 of those kills. He has just been farming so far in this game. Couple more for them, and they're going to have a fantastic start to this week. So we see Alcadzia making their way up the hillside now. They were on the very edge Flood is the last member of Bestia. So if they make it over here and take him down, they kind of have the whole hillside that they get to work with. Because no one else is over here yet. Not Today is in on the very edge. Rello is going to be anchoring in the apartment. So we hop over, potentially a dangerous and 55 esports. Iron Zero, he's the last one left. 55 have gotten 4 kills so far. So we hear a couple of smokes go out. Iron Zero, as these smokes kind of go and potentially dangerous make this push, that may be the time that he peeks over to try and get a couple of kills. If he can time it right, he is going to do so much damage and just absolutely stall potentially dangerous's push. But nah, he isn't going to be able to spot him out at all. They are going to be able to cross the road. They make it into one of the apartments that Mira can look down on, as Flood goes down to Fauna. So now Mira may take this opportunity to take some of this space, but Haven goes down to Cowboy. Now more knocks coming out. Potentially Dangerous tried to make the same run that Mira did. Not Today. Is not having it right now. As Tony does get knocked, he should get flushed out here in a second. Stolen away by LFP1. Nade getting prepped by LFP1. And now the shot's coming out, and he misses them onto Glock, who hits a headshot, but the follow-up is great for him. Iron Zero still on the very edge there, as LFP1 has to go for the reload. Tavon takes down Iron Zero, and we're down to 4 teams left. Potentially dangerous. Not Today, Alcadzia, and Mira. So now we see Cowboy has an AWM in his hands. Is he going to be able to hit any headshots with it? Potentially dangerous. They're down to only 1 player, and Not Today is going to be in the same apartment. So that is probably going to kick off here in a second for Tavon either getting a couple of kills or going down. And then up to the north, you're going to have Alcadzia versus Mira fighting. Cowboy just waiting for their heads to peek up and over. 1 tap to the head is all he needs. Look at all the emergency cover coming out for Alcadzia. They're going to be able to move forward, move wherever they want, really, to take this fight. Where Mira, really, as soon as they're up and over the edge, it's going to be a really tough spot for them in the kill feed. We do see Zero take down Tavon. So now the question is, where does Not Today go? Are they going to go over towards Mira, or are they going to go towards Alcadzia? LFP1 and Haven both go down towards the tower, and it looks like now we're going to have 2 different AWMs in play. Cowboy looks to have dropped his, though. And I don't think this is a bad play, because he's playing on the low side, and he's the only one over there, and you have 3 members of Alcadzia up towards the north trying to hold this. So he's dropping the AWM in favor for a gun that he's going to be able to shoot a little bit faster, do a little bit more damage with to multiple players, since he's going to be the anchor position down there. And now Alcadzia, they had plenty of space to work with, but now they're going to be running out just a little bit. As Not Today coming out, LFP1 gets the knock onto Zero, and the rest of Alcadzia are still just staring down at this. Cowboy gets an aid onto Pirlo, 1 player left. Zing gonna be the only one. And the util just raining down towards him, going too far to actually find any damage onto him. And now if Cowboy wants to pick up the AWM again, I feel like he can. Fauna finds a knock onto Roth, so the opening of the 2 4-mans has... That's a C4 that got rolled over towards Mira. LFP1 takes so much damage from that. all we heard was the beep, beep, beep. Cowboy gets the knock onto Zing, and he did swap back over to that so it is going to be an aside. All 4 players are up on both teams again. Roth looking a little bit worse for wear. But it is a straight up 4v4. Haven takes so much damage from D, but doesn't go down. LFP1 has the so doesn't Cowboy, though. That can be a game-changing weapon. Just a headshot. Doesn't matter if there's a 3 helmet or not. That player will be going down. Now, Alcadzia, they have so many nades still left in their pocket. D gets the knock onto Fakeson. More nades to follow. Haven gets taken down to about 38, and I think that might be all of it. No, D does get the knock onto Haven. And I don't see any more nades in their pockets. As LFP1, he was spotted out right after he spotted out another player. Fauna gonna try and throw the nade forward towards Cowboy. Going for the shots. Cowboy gets the knock onto Fauna. Only 1 player left. He does get the knock. Guts the flush onto D before going down. He's gonna try and hit the first aid kit. He stops, though. Now it's all gonna be about when does Alcadzia push. Oh, it's the blue zone that takes him down. I think he could have stuck that first aid and tried to fight in there, but Alcadzia winning match number 1, 13 kills to go with it. And a beautiful end game right there. D ending up with 6 kills, Cowboy with 4. Beautifully played by Alcadzia. Mira getting 2nd place and 7 kills of their own. A beautiful match number 1. I feel like a zone that we haven't seen in a while as well. So it was nice for a little bit something different. The leaderboard should update. Here we go. Yeah, Alcadzia picking up 23 points in the first match. Mira and Bestia both getting 13 as Bestia, even though they went out a little bit earlier than the Mira, still getting 11 kills to have a very impressive game number 1. Potentially dangerous with 8 points along with Furia. 55 had 7. Not today. A lot of placement points gives them 6 total. Rounding out our top 8 is Max Win with 5 points. And we had 4 teams all get 0 points. I don't think Team Liquid was in game number 1, so I mean, that's the reason they got 0. Keep Out, Toyo, Mulaz all got 0, though. So we'll have to see if they can turn it around and get a couple of points going in to match number 2. So we're going to go to a quick break, and I will see you guys in just a sec. Still feel like I'm trying to fine tweak exactly what the audio needs to be right now, you know? It's... I think this is okay. But I'm not positive. If you guys think it's too loud, too quiet, or anything, please do just let me know, and I will get it fixed. It's a very quick and easy fix to just move around the slider to check on the audio. But it looks like no Team Liquid again. So we may just be playing this as 17. Uh, all right. There we go. Absolute craziness that is unfolding. We have Mulaz and Furia fighting over apartments right now. Kraken redirecting himself to a different apartment, find a different spot. Kawazine gets the knock onto Sonics. Skizera headshot onto a Warlock. What a shot with the 3x and the K9. He was thinking about trying to move over. The res is coming out onto Sonics by Sir Latinho. Gringo gonna be the one that's by Warlock. Will he be able to get down there and try and go for the res? It looks like an M16 in his hands. M16 SLR. That's gonna be a rough one. Posta gets the flush onto Warlock. Gringo gonna go back up the stairs. Prep a nade. Nope. He just pulled the pin, maybe to scare them a little bit. Kawazine gets the knock onto Gringo. So now you have 2 players left for the members of Mulaz, Sonics, and Sir Latinho. And Kawazine does damage, but he takes a lot there. A headshot did connect onto him. 4v2, Furia versus Mulaz, and if I was Mulaz, this is not the team I'd want to be trying to take on in a 4v2. They have been on point with their slaying game so far. Latinho was spotted out, but only a couple of seconds too late. Gizera still trying to hit the headshot. With that, and Kraken gets the knock onto Latinho. And quickly gets the flush. The nade was thrown out. Does damage to Posa, though, instead of going into the windows. So now we're going to see Sonics. What can he do? Oh, Panzer straight towards his face. He did drop a nade, unfortunately. Prepped it for a little bit too long. It might have been better if he didn't prep it at all. With that Panzer hitting him, as Keep Out is also eliminated right afterwards in 16th place. So 2 teams go down, Keep Out and Mulaz, and that's 2 of our teams that had 0 points in game number 1. So now they're going to follow it up with 0 points in game number 2. And, yeah. Yeah, honestly, I feel like an underhand off the balcony would have been really good. I just think it would have been funny if he hadn't cooked it at all, and he had it in his hand, or if he had just started cooking it. Then when they went to go loot his body, he might have got a knock from the grave. Wouldn't have gotten a kill, but it still would have been funny to see a knock from the grave. And now you have Mira up on top of Mount Everest this time. Yeah, I agree. In flame. In flames we trust. Yeah. Sorry, it looked like in flame, and then I read the rest of it. In flames we trust. Crystallini goes down to Haven. The flush comes out. Wuju 2 down a player. Wuju 2 are gonna be, they have Seifu and Zito. The other two players, do not currently have internet connection, so they can't play right now. So Zenny is playing with them, and then they do have Crystallini as a sub. Zenny is their coach. But if you've been around the PUBG scene, you know who Zenny is, and Zenny is absolutely amazing and awesome. Alright, you gave me a follow. We gotta pump out these push-ups real quick. Right. 5 push-ups done, and we're back here before any fighting takes place. Exactly how we like it. Oh, Andrew, are you gonna... If I gave you a suggestion, it'd be to get out of there now and get back to the rest of your team, because you are completely surrounded in a 4-man spread from potentially dangerous. So you driving out of there is going to be a great idea. Should be able to go regroup with his team in Severny 1-0. They make it up to the warehouse. It's not actually in zone up here. But at the very least, they can kind of scout forward, see what's going on. But in Flames we trust. I appreciate the follow. How are you doing today? Alright, 1-0. Where are they going to go? If he gets too close to shooting range, that's going to be right on to Tavon. Nice. Well, I appreciate all the shoutouts from them. Megapint, super fun. Super awesome. And I believe it's later this month. Just so long I have nothing going on. I should be good to cast the little tournament they're going to be doing as Vox and Karam are able to take it down RN0. Now, 55, do they want to fight this? Or even try and get RN0's chip back? Oh, maybe I think Karak was actually coming over here to give some covering fire to Psycho as he made his rotate over here. 1-0 looked like they were chasing a little bit to try and find a little bit more. But yeah, Megapint's super fun, super awesome. And it's fun to be able to cast their tournaments and stuff when they're doing them. So... let's see. Psycho... just sending it down the hillside. So Tavon has left this spot because it was getting a little bit too busy for him to just stick around. And he's made his way onto the hillside. Now 1-0 going to get sprayed at. No real damage coming out. They only hit a single bullet there. So 1-0 going to be able to get out of there unscathed and potentially dangerous. Going to be sad that they weren't able to pick up any points off of it. Cartoons! How you doing on this wonderful evening? Ooh, Tiny. That might not be the spot you want to be right now is... oh, definitely not the spot you want to be. The rest of potentially dangerous going to have to make their way over here very quickly. Tiny does get the knock onto one player, but Screaming gets the trade. We'll see how fast the rest of the members of potentially dangerous can get over here to support. They're all in their vehicles. And they are rushing right over to crash onto this. Glock going for the shots, but he is going slow. Feels not able to get the spray, and that is one he needed to have as Screaming goes down to Gabru. And now Glock, there we go. Feels does land the shots that time. Great 3x spray from the AUG. I hope you have a wonderful night, Cartoons. I appreciate you lurking, stopping by for a little while. Your support over the past couple of days has been phenomenal. And Borderlands 4, I'll message you on Friday as Gabiru gets the knock onto Fields. Oh, headshot onto AK-47. Now Gabiru gonna try and crash onto this. Gabiru has two of the kills already. AK-47 prepping a nade, so Gabiru just gonna kind of avoid it for a second. Now pushing up these stairs is a real pain. If he just throws a couple of smokes here, it'll be really annoying for a bit of time. That nade should be good. He actually goes outside the building. Gabiru, I believe, spotted him out there as AK-47 does get a nade onto him. Maybe closing the door would be a good option. Oh, that nade cooked a little bit too long. Now the shot's going to come out. Gabiru does a lot of damage. Stunned is Tavon, but Gabiru makes his way around the outside to take down 1-0. But they lose 2 players while doing it. Are they going to be able to get the chips and get them to a res station? Has no time to rest as AKA over here fighting Rock as Rock. They're going to pull out of there, but super, super slow. And there we go. AKA finds the shots. 1 apiece for all the players on the team. And, oh, Mira. They only have 1 player. 1 player remaining after getting a 2nd place with 7 kills in the last match. They have 1 player with 2 kills so far in this one. What can that 1 player do? I think the bait came out from Vinny and Flood just trying to hold where Fakeson was. Vinny may potentially try and get the res here. If he does go for it, I think he's dead instantly. I don't think there's much hope for him after he goes for the res. Every single player over here is just going to instantly peek this way and try and take him down. Yeah, look at that. Frogman instantly looking over there. He can try and make it to the rock. Shots are going to come out. How much longer does the smoke have? He's taken only a little bit of damage. I think he needs to prep another... Ooh. I think he should have tried to throw another smoke before going for the heal to try and keep his vehicle alive. So he goes down. I haven't heard any of the tires pop. So he may still be good to drive out of here. He is. And what a ballsy res that really did end up working out for Bestia. They're going to be back up to a 4-man. As now the tire gets popped. Fakeson. Oh, he got the shots over there along with Wuju too. But Vinny just refusing to die. He did not care what anyone else was trying to do. He survives, and now going to be back over there with Flood, so it's going to be a 2v1 if Fakeson tries to push again. Because he did take the warehouse that Flood was in previously. So he did try and get active when Vinny left here to take down Flood when he was a solo. We see Mime and DraftKing coming in. Are they going to be able to reach the ground? Is the next question. They are going to have to be perfect right here. DraftKing is making it down. So isn't Mime. And they're going to make it into the warehouse. Fakeson not going to be over there. Flood hits a couple of shots onto Fakeson. Headshot and a neck shot. Bring him down low, but do not get the knock. So we'll have to see if, now that Bessie is back up to a 4-man, if they just try and full commit to a push onto this. I think it would be risky only because so many teams are still looking over here. Oh, Fakeson going to be happy that he moved out of that spot for a second to go grab a little bit more loot. As Alcadzia, they're pulling up into the dip that was previously taken by Rock. And they already died over there earlier to AKA. But this time, Furia is also getting involved from Mount Everest, and Roth goes down to Gladiator. Rello gets the knock in return, so the trade was there. Danchin trying to get the shots onto Rello, but he just doesn't have an angle, because the vehicle is giving him enough cover. Maybe seeing if he can blow it up. And the res is coming out from Nanu. A little bit farther, Mission Ready International is fighting Furia, and that's a knock and a flush from Rello with that nade. Great from him. Heads up. He's going to try and go for the res onto Roth now. Disney going to try and do the same exact thing that Rello just did unsuccessfully. And now the res is going to come out. Maybe Rello throws another one over there. He'd be able to follow it up the exact same way he just did. Michael going to be on the high ground, throwing nades up and over the hillside, over towards Posa and Gizira. Now he's getting shot in the side, trying to dance around, and Gizira, oh, he misses the shots. Those were the ones that he really needed. Would have been able to turn this fight fully into their favor, but there we go. Emmy from the side able to take down the last member of Mission Ready International. We see them go down. Furia, 7 kills. So even though they might get a relatively low placement, they're going to get another 7 kills to go along with their 7 kills last time. And who knows, maybe they'll get another placement point or 2 to go alongside it. Is potentially dangerous. They're wiping out 55 in the kill feed. And Roth, the last player left for El-Qadzia, still surviving there in the dip. AKA have taken down the rest of the members. And Disney, oh, he almost timed it perfectly to take down Roth. Unfortunately, didn't hit the headshots. So Roth was able to survive, get behind the vehicle, and now Disney just gonna try and get a little bit closer to center. Our center dot here, actually, yeah, more than half of our zone is completely open. No one's even touching it. Everyone is cramped to the north and the east of this zone right now. Nobody's in hospital. Nobody is over on the western side. Mortars are coming out. They are going much too far to even get close to Roth, if that's who they're aiming for. If they're aiming for AKA, they're long gone. You have blue zones and nades still going out in that Mira versus Bestia fight. 4v1, and they're just not committing to it, as Danchin, I think, went way out into the blue zone to res his teammates. Fakeson still just waiting for the members of Bestia to try and come over here. He's not gonna overpeak them. He's like, you want to fight me? You can come and fight me. Otherwise, I'm not worried about it. And DraftKing shoots Roth in the back as he was trying to fight Toyo there. And more nades come out because they don't know exactly who is here, and they are wasting all of their util. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what not to do, because now they're not going to have any util for later on, and from behind, Gizira gets the knock and flush onto Capitan. So, Furia, I mean, again, they had the opportunity. There's been no one around. Kraken going over to a different building to try and get looted up. I don't think anyone's been over there, so the loot should be wonderful for him. And we have No Limit Gaming up against Seifu and the members of Wuju too. Max Win is also over here. Andrew tried to get the little flick shot onto Seifu. Seifu has to be careful because there's 2 different players that are staring right at his position. And Zito has a little bit of an off angle onto them. And from the other side, you have Frogman. It looks like Fakeson tried to make a move over towards Bestia. He does get the knock onto Mine before going down to DraftKing. But in the end, I'm curious as to where No Limit Gaming is going to be able to go. Because if they tried right now to go back up to the north and try and rotate around, I feel like that'd be their best option. Otherwise, they have to go right into Wuju 2 or Max Win. Granted, both teams are very hurt, as Furia is still trying to cause problems for Toyo on this hillside. G0 gonna hop into his vehicle and pull on out of here. Didn't have it prepped and ready to just hit the accelerator and get out of here, so... yeah, I give him a couple of minus points for that. You want to be ready to go as soon as you need to. It's not like anyone was crashing onto him, so he's fine. But if that had been the case, he would have been in a tough spot. Good thing G0 was driving over here, because one of the players was running out in the open to get over to that hillside. But Danshin doesn't end up spotting him out because G0 caused some distraction. Oh, G0, you can go over this hillside and right up into the other side is Kraken sneaking his way up. Danshin has a folded shield. In a pretty interesting spot. I don't think it's a spot that Kraken is going to be looking for specifically. So unless footsteps give him away, I don't think Kraken's going to be aware of it. But it doesn't look like he wants to push any further. I feel like Danshin's spot is a pretty good one, honestly, because it's somewhere you wouldn't really expect someone to be. You would almost expect them to be closer to the hospital to be able to support their teammates as much as possible. But no, he has this weird little off angle. Unfortunately for him, with G0 going further down the hill, it could end up being very, very difficult later on for Danshin, as he just gets converged on by two different sides. But we'll have to see how his spot plays out. It looks like he picks up the folded shield, and he's going to be going back towards hospital. Oh, is the Kraken? He does spot him out. The P90... no, he doesn't do enough damage, and Nanu, with the covering fire, is able to get the knock in return. Oh, the P90. It tried to sting Danshin in the side. And Danshin, he's going to run right back over here. G0, though, could... oh, he hears Danshin. Nade being prepped, and it's Posa to get the knock onto Nanu now. Or onto Danshin. And Nanu had been making his way over to the hillside, but immediately Toyo going to put a stop to that. So AKA, they're going to lose Danshin here in a second, but Kraken is going to be back up for Furia. So in the end, it ends up working out great for Furia, not so well for AKA. Couple of stuns over the top. As in the kill feed, Frogman gets a knock onto Andrew as Flood takes down Frogman. DraftKing did go down from Toyo. So just a whole bunch of teams fighting each other. Bestia with 7 kills right now. We're trying to wait and see where does Bestia go. How are they going to take this fight? No Limit Gaming is going to have to try and go across the street here shortly. Gabru is on the other side of the street with them, but we have Toyo versus Bestia. Raibo goes down. Benya gets Vinny. DraftKing goes down to Emmy. Nade's going out. Mimes nade onto Benya. Does get the knock, so Emmy gonna be the last one up for Toyo. Up against Mime and Flood. Stuns going over from both sides. Emmy around the hillside. That stun's good, but Flood from further above is able to take him down, and that's Bestia up to 10 kills. Nanu trying to get the flush onto Posa. He runs out of bullets. Kraken might be able to get the trade onto Nanu, as Gladiator is trying to hold down G0, who's much further off. Gladiator needs to try and look over here to try and help Nanu take down Kraken, as Bestia is actually the team doing some damage over here. Andrew Sneaking up behind, might be able to get the knock onto Flood here in a second. Mime is incredibly low. Now we see the shots go out. One player does get knocked. The flush is going to come out. Oh, if he had just kept on pushing, Mime is still low health. Does get the first aid off. Sees a dead body. So now we're going to see the nade get prepped. The nade get thrown. Is it good? It does some damage. Doesn't get the knock. He does spot out Mime. That second nade should be able to actually get the finish. There we go. No Limit Gaming. 8 kills. Up to 5th place right now. Beautiful little wipe there from Andrew onto the 2 remaining members of Bestia. So Kraken 3xK9. Can he find the head of Gladiator? Shot goes out, doesn't connect. If you're Gladiator, I feel like you have to be a little bit careful here. Just because Kraken has a 3 helm and a bolty. So he can do a lot of damage to you. For free, almost. Until his 3 helmet takes a little bit more. A little bit of ammo and util traded out by the members of Furia because they have to move forward here. The zone is shifting. And Gladiator and Nanu should be just watching them, trying to prevent them from going anywhere. And they are indeed. One on the 2nd floor, one on the 3rd floor. The shots are going out. Gizira has made it forward, trying to army crawl. He's in the smoke. The nade a little bit too early to find any damage onto Gizira. He's going to be up against the backside of the containers as now Kraken makes it further forward too. He has the smoke. Gizira just has to try and hold for Kraken to also make his way forward. And Nanu gonna go over to the other side. Gladiator gets a couple of shots. Nanu finds the knock onto Kraken. Gizira, the only one left. That P90 just not able to do a lot of work so far. One headshot onto Gladiator. Second one doesn't follow up. Gizira's spot should be known, but I'm assuming that AKA just doesn't have any util to try and throw over at him. Otherwise, he would be dead by this point. 4 teams remain, 2 solos, a duo, and a 4-man of Not Today, who last week showed us that placement points are how they are going to survive in Spear Zero League, and every once in a while they have a good chunk of kills, and they're being pretty consistent with it so far this week too. They got 5 earlier, and they're into the top 4 again for this match, so they're going to get another chunk of placement points, and this time they have 4 players up, so they might be able to pick up a couple of kills to go alongside it. Gizira, where is he going to go? How is he going to make his way forward as AKA? They went to the other side, and they're going to be in. As we just hear a vehicle tire screeching in the background. That's interesting. That's got to be a new glitch. Gizira prepping the nade, throwing it up onto the rooftop. Does damage to Gladiator, not able to get the knock. Gizira probably trying to figure out exactly how he wants to take this fight. Going forward a little bit, looks up, but Nanu, again, 2nd floor is where he's playing from. And Gizira makes it here onto the 1st floor. And he's going to pick up a double-barrel shotgun. And those shots go out with perfect enough timing that they may not have heard him reload this double-barrel. He's still going to have to try and exit this somehow. At some point. I mean, not today. They should be able to get the win here pretty easily. Yeah, this is going to be Gizira's exit point. Do the members of AKA know that this is where he has to come out of, though? Gizira throwing a stun all the way up there. It's going to land right above Gladiator. So Gladiator is just going to be completely blind here for a second. Should be able to make his way out. But the question is, when do him and Nanu get out? Nanu does hop down. And now the second player has hopped down. I don't think Gizira is aware. Now he hears the footsteps in front of him. Trying to look through the smoke. And, oh, because of the fence, he's just not able to get the shotgun shot where he wants. So now AKA have to make their way down the hillside. As Not Today versus AKA 4v2. The smoke line does go up. 3 more in the bag for Nanu, so he has plenty to work with. AKA 9 kills. Zero gets the knock on to Gladiator to start it off. Now the spray coming out, and Nanu whiffs every single shot. 38 bullets up against 4 players. It's doable, but it's gonna be difficult. Grabs a first aid from his teammate as well, because he didn't have any of those. And now he's just prepping more smokes. Nades coming out from Not Today. Molotovs. And there we go. Zero finds the shots. Not Today. Chicken for them. Winna, chicken dinner. Furia, 10 kills. They had another great game, but, I mean, Not Today. I feel like if they just consistently get placement points over and over and over, we're going to start talking about them a whole lot more, because the kills will come later. And if they're fighting teams that are getting to the very end every single time, they're just going to be fighting better and better teams the more they play. So their fighting should just get better and better. Should have an updated leaderboard here in just a second. Here we go. So Akadzia, they only get 2 points, but they still are able to cling on to first place, now tied with Bestia in second. Furia is up to third place, 23 points. Not Today jump up to fourth place, 20 points. Potentially Dangerous, 18 points in fifth place. AKA 17 points in sixth place. Then you have Mira with 15 points, rounding out our top 8 is No Limit Gaming at 14 points. So now that we've seen the updated leaderboard, we're going to go to a quick break as we get ready for match number 3. Alright. Match number 3. Underway. We'll get to see what's going to happen here. Are we going to have more hot drops? Are we not? It looks like Mulaz could potentially be dropping on Bestia again. But again, Team Liquid isn't here, so Buxan Sa was open, so Mulaz or Bestia might have been able to snag that spot, unfortunately. Both teams do end up hot dropping onto Hosan. Hosan's pretty big, though. We might see them kind of spread out, not really worry about each other too much. What is that zone? Excuse me, what? So we have 50-50? What do we think? 50-50, boys? It's kind of crazy. No Limit Gaming also dropped over here. So Keep Out, No Limit Gaming, and Rock all dropped over here. Rock backed off. And this hot drop is just going to be happening between Keep Out and No Limit Gaming. Gosh, it's just crazy. We are seeing so many hot drops, even though we have like a full-on hot drop map. It shouldn't be happening. They should know not to land on each other, but these boys just keep on doing it over and over and over again. And Keep Out and Mulaz both have 0 kills so far, and they're continuing to hot drop people. I would start questioning whether you actually want to hot drop people if you're going to keep on going out with 0 points. So we'll see how No Limit Gaming does. Mime does get the knock onto Gringo over here. It looks like from the side, Gringo was caught out and taken down. So a little bit unfortunate there from him. We'll have to see if he can turn it around in the next one. Because so far from what we've seen from Mulaz, it doesn't look like it's going to work out too well for them, as Bestia will continue to take more and more space and probably constrict things even further onto the members of Mulaz. Whoa. Oh, no. Okay, they're good. I don't know who's driving right now, but don't do that again. That is definitely not how they teach you how to drive in PUBG. That was rough. That was a rough one. But in the end, they are gonna be fine. They didn't flip their car, which they only have 2 of anyways. So would have been rough for them there if they did flip that one. And it looks like Rock are still all 4-man in this, and they are coming right back along this beach side to go back into this fight. Santastico, Solds, BL, they're ready for it. As soon as they hear shots come out from Keep Out or No Limit Gaming, I'm sure they will be in there to try and cause as much problems as possible. BL's just standing up. The rest of his team trying to be all sneaky. Wills. Rock may end up getting caught out on accident by Keep Out. Oh, Valho Quente. Definitely heard the footsteps. Gets the shots. Gets the knock onto Beal. The second one goes down. Santastico, the last one left. Him versus Willis. Oh, Will's taken down to 2 hit points, but he still does survive. He's got to be careful not to fall down the rocks as the blue zone comes over here. Santastico was spotted out dropping down there. So No Limit Gaming is going to come over here very quickly. The knock does come out with the blue zone nade perfectly placed from Santastico. So now No Limit Gaming is going to come over here. You're also probably... Oh, yeah. Nade's gonna come out. Santastico's spot was definitely spotted when he threw that Molotov. Oh, you needed to get these reses so much earlier, Santastico. This is a 4-man pushing onto you right now. And down you go. All 3 members of Rock do end up going over to No Limit Gaming, so they steal all the kills away from Keep Out, who only have 1 player left standing. As long-range shots come out, I'm wondering where the last player Rock is. I think I saw him for just a second far down to the southeast. As Rad's going to be trying to get the res onto Velho. Oh, Danny peeks around. He gets the knock onto 1. Arv does go down. The flush trying to come out as quickly as possible, but Zello not going to let that happen. Alright, Keep Out eliminated in 17th place, and unfortunately for them, No Limit Gaming steal all the kills away. So they don't even get any points out of it. Keep Out gonna, again, be on 0 points after 3 matches. Just an absolutely abysmal start to the week and start to the day. It's not what you want. You never want to start out with 3 0-point games, and that is what they have. If I was one of these teams that keeps on going out, either Mullahs or Keep Out, I feel like you should pay attention to the fact that Team Liquid isn't actually in here. And, just, take their drop spots. That way you're not hot dropping anyone. I feel like it would be a very good solution for them. Mullahs getting surrounded by Elkadzia here, and I imagine Elkadzia probably really want this compound because there's not a ton of space in this zone. I'm surprised that 55 have a 1-2-1 split going and they're not getting crashed on at all or pressured, and instead Elkadzia is actually putting pressure onto a 3-man instead of maybe one of the solos on 55, but they just, haven't spotted him out. No Limit Gaming. I'm wondering if they're going to take all the chips away and kind of stash them somewhere difficult to grab. But it looks like Max Win. They're just kind of looking around, trying to find anyone. Not really spotting anyone. Max Win were not able to make their way through group stages, so we will be seeing them Saturday, Sunday in the last chance qualifiers. We'll have to see what they can do. We've seen Hero just pop off a few times with the VSS, so I don't know if he has that right now. But Hero with the VSS is a force to be reckoned with from what we've seen. So it's going to be interesting to see if he's going to be able to continue to do that, or if he's going to end up kind of slowing down in the last chance qualifiers. I'm excited to see what happens with the last chance qualifiers. It should be fun. It should be interesting. There's going to be some really good teams, some teams that we expect to just make it through anyways, like Elkadzia. They were right on the brink, so they should be making it through pretty easily. Let's see. Let's get all... Even though I watched it, I can't remember everything exactly. And Max Win, they do lose one there. Let's see. Yeah, so Elkadzia dropped to 9th place, so they're going to make it through. Rocker in 10th, they're probably going to make it through. I really expect, like, Yahoo, Bestia, Wuju 2 to make it through. Even 55, really. So those 5 or 6 teams, I'm expecting to make it through. Now, if Pest Control can play as good as they did during the group stages, then they have a chance of getting through. If Mission Ready International should also make it through. They didn't have their logo there, so I didn't even realize. That should be a team that we expect to make it through. But they've kind of cooled off, and they're just not doing as well as we might expect. Oh, potentially dangerous here. Tavon, what can you do? Tries to peek around, but Kawazine gets him from the side. So down goes Tavon. Glock going to be the last one for potentially dangerous. And honestly, for him, it might be just lay down here with a little bit of cover from a bush or something and the ridge line. As Capitan has taken a good chunk of damage, Gizira just needs to hit one more bullet, but I think Capitan rotated just enough to get out of his sightlines. Oh. Raibo goes down. Gizira does get the knock there now, and follows it up with a couple more onto Benya. Sotoyo going to be taking a lot of damage. Capitan, a little bit of covering fire. It does help out his team. Prevents the nade from getting thrown as well as it should have been. And we're going to see Zakraken retreating back to a compound with Posa. And it looks like the rest of Furia now going to be making their way away. We're down to like 70-20, maybe 75... Nah, 70-30. 70-20 does not make 100. 70-30 on how much playable space there is in this zone. So we'll have to see how a lot of these teams can rotate around. Max Win, they were kind of all spread about. Hero does have his VSS. It looks like, VSS onto Fakes and does a lot of damage, but unfortunately only 20 bullets didn't end up being enough for him. Fakeson has moved off of the vehicle, made it over to the rock. That nade would have gotten the knock. Fauna now getting some long-range shots. LFP 1, nade from the top. Oh, there we go. Hero does get the knock onto Fakeson. Going to be trying to go for the flush instantly. He does as Haven pulls up on this. Gets the knock. Gets the flush here in just a second. Going to squash him. Yep. We hear the squash. Max Win actually send it over here into the warehouse. So Hero goes down, but Max Win is able to take this back. Unfortunately, they're doing a little bit of util usage onto the wrong rock. Teknosh getting shot in the back by Karak. And we see more nades going out. Question is, he just has two members pull up. He does get the knock onto one. Does 55 maybe want to push over here? Well, there's only two up on Mira. Doesn't look like they're going to try and commit to it. RBN, that is one of the rattiest spots I think I've ever seen. There's even an overhang on the rock, so you can't look down from the rocks onto his position. He is gonna rotate somewhere else. He can't get his gun out in this spot. But he might be able to climb the rock right there and sit on that if he wanted to. Unfortunately, he knows that he has a little bit further to go to make it into the zone. And I think he's just been an Olympic swimmer so far in this match. Because I believe he started at one point, we saw him by the N in prison. And I think he was trying to swim all the way over to his teammates and then swim back with the chips or even get the res a little bit later on. Obviously, No Limit Gaming had other ideas and didn't let that happen. So now RBN is just trying to continue to swim forward. He's not going to have a ton of cover once he makes it to the edge of the zone, though, because he doesn't have that giant rock to rat underneath. It's just going to be wide open beach side that anyone could kind of look down on. So let's see what teams are where. Ooh, Wuju 2 onto Mulaz. Seifu gets a knock and a flush onto one player. But he does survive right now. There we go. Vox. Wait, no, that's a different fight. Mission Ready International does end up going down. Oh, Wuju 2 gonna have AKA right behind them. Double headshot from Seifu. Takes one out. The second one goes down. Danshin trying to go for some shots, but Seifu takes him out of the vehicle. Which may blow up on Mulaz. It blows up right before them. It would have been hilarious if it rolled far enough forward for Mulaz to like get crushed or something by it. But they are gonna hop into the vehicle and they're gonna drive out of it. I'm wondering if Mulaz have any kills at all yet. No, we didn't stay on them long enough for me to tell. Because they were our other team still with 0 points. But it doesn't look like it. 1-0, they have the school, and they're going to be able to survive on the edge, and now they're going to be on edge of zone. So they're going to be good to go, and Furia on their spot on the edge of this zone. We've seen them do so much just rolling through teams. Kraken get to knock onto 0-0 with the VSS. Pirlo goes down to Kraken, and RBN gets a knock and flush onto one of the members of 55. He's going to have further forward to run. Alcadzia going to be behind him, getting some shots. His Olympic swimming days are over, and now he has to try track and field. Unfortunately, it's 4 opponents on a team up against him alone. Oh, Wuju 2 may be able to keep Furia outside of this next zone. Shots are coming out. They don't get the knock. Posa probably going to go down here to the blow zone as well. But Enzito picks up the kill before he goes down. So Furia get eliminated 11th place. Wuju 2 hold them out. Okay, Mulaz still have 0 kills. There's 10 teams, so they are 2 teams away from any placement points. We'll see if Warlock can pick up a knock and flush maybe onto Mime here. He goes for a reload. Mime's going to hear that. Now he goes for the shots. Mime takes him down. Call of Duty reload just killed Warlock right there. That's not how you do it. You definitely want to try and survive a little bit longer as Alcadzia are pulling up onto Bestia. They have 2 knocks already. Flood got run over. D found the knock onto Vinny. And now Wuju 2 shooting Alcadzia in the back. They're going to quickly try and get some smokes down. And guess what? There's going to be another team over here. No Limit Gaming with a couple of nades up and over. And Zito finds the knock onto Rello and onto Cowboy. So that's 2 players knocked from Alcadzia by Enzito. Danny finds the knock onto Roth. 1 player left for Alcadzia. The kill steal from DraftKings nade as Arv goes down to Mime and he finds Danny as well. No Limit Gaming eliminated by Bestia. Now Mime and DraftKings trying to find this, but Seifu has something to say about it. Kristalny finds the knock and flush onto D, and that's going to be Alcadzia down. So now you have Bestia with just DraftKings left. Mime is incredibly low. The smoke going to go out. He cannot try and go for that res. DraftKings does find one, almost finds his second. But Mime is going to go down because of it. And now 55 is getting involved. And Zito and Zenny both go down. Kristalny gets the nade onto DraftKings. So Bestia is eliminated. And all of a sudden we're down to 5 teams. Pure pandemonium happening right there. Oh my goodness. That was a lot. Okay, Seifu has gotten rezzed by Kristalny, and it looks like Zenny is going to be next. But the shot from Pippa does find one. Do the nades find them so much damage out onto them? If that nade is cooked for long enough, they might be able to find them both, and it does. Pippa able to finish off Wuju 2. 4 teams remain. It's Toyo, Mira, 1-0 and 55. 4v4, v3, v3 is what we have going on. And so far, a very entertaining match that popped off all of a sudden when we had one team fall after another, and we were able to get to spectate it all. Spectate it all. It. Wow. Words do be that which hard. Alright. Mira, Toyo down on the southern side. Up towards the north, you have 55. And then 1-0 a little bit to the east. And it looks like they did leave one player behind. Benya is still kind of holding down 1-0 if they try and flank over this way to just prevent it, so the other members of Toyo can take the fight to Mira. That does mean that it's going to be a 4v3 between Toyo and Mira. So 1-0 either goes towards the action when it pops off for Toyo. Oh, never mind. 1-0 is the only team in the zone. There's not a single player on another team inside the zone right now. Emmy tried to get a couple of shots, doesn't find him, and thinks about backing off. An early headshot on 2 fakes in there would have been a game changer, but it looks like Toyo all going to come down over here. And honestly, they're going to try and get right up in 1-0's face. Benya has made it very far over here. And AK-47 going to be the team that's trying to hold them back. 55. I don't think they have any vehicles left. Or if they do, they're going to be heavily damaged. Yeah, a couple of tires missing for that. So Fakeson just going to be able to lay into the side of them as they tried to pick up momentum there at the beginning. So that's some damage that they're taking for free. Definitely damage that they didn't want to have to deal with. 1-0. AK-47 has gone down, and I understand he was trying to hold Toyo back here, but now you're sending Screaming away, and that could give 55 an opportunity to come over here if they want. But no, 55 have stopped towards the drops. And Haven trading shots with RN0 does take him down. And the rest of Mira pulling up on the hillside. As Toyo and the members of 1-0 also start to fight. RN0 is there. They're going to want the flush. They do get the flush, so 55 down to a 2-man. The road does get smoked out by Mira, and now it's a 4v2. So I feel like they want to try and mop this up early. That way when knocks start coming out between Toyo and 1-0, they're able to capitalize on it as quickly as possible. Fauna gets the knock onto Psycho. 3x spray from the AUG was perfection. And now there's one player left, Fakeson. Gonna be ready to send it forward, but Pippa gets a knock onto Haven. Now the shots come through. LFP1 did find him. Pippa gets the flush onto Haven as well, so it's going to be Mira down to a 3-man. We are down to a 4v3v3. And Toyo have not been able to make any moves onto 1-0, who did retreat back a little bit. Now Screaming is the one that's kind of holding off Toyo, and he's even backed off a little bit more compared to where AK-47 was. And Mira are going to be in a great spot. I think Toyo will want to back off of this a little bit and actually play the hillside. So then it's all going to be on to 1-0. How are they going to be able to get out of the compound that they were trying so hard to keep? Especially where it looks like they don't have any vehicles left. Enough of the compound had come out that they don't actually have any vehicles. So screaming Leo and AK-47, they have a lot of work to do. And AK-47 takes a headshot as Fakeson is just laying into them. Emmy hits a headshot of his own a little bit farther than the 100-meter mark, so not able to get an instantaneous knock. LFP1 does get the knock onto AK-47, so I think Toyo's doing the right thing here. I think they need to wrap down, well, I mean, really up the hill on the southern side and try and get as much space as possible while Mira is still looking over towards 1-0. Maybe leave just one player back to hold them down, and you have a 3v3 fight as Benya gets a knock on to Screaming, does get the flush as well. This is what I want out of Rybo. I think he makes it up to one of these thicker trees. I think he stops at this tree. I think you stop and you just play audio. That energy drink rolling on the ground may give him away. Because that is a thing. Everyone can see that energy drink. I don't think you push any farther forward here, Rybo. I think you wait. Emmy has taken a lot of space as well. I think Toyo nailed this. I think they were able to take space while 1-0 was still a problem before Mira could take any more space, really. And now it's going to be all on Mira to take these fights, hit their shots, and get a couple of opening knocks. Maybe even with this nade. They do have a few nades that they can use. That one goes out. Only finds a little bit of damage onto Emmy. Oh, Rybo spotted out. Unfortunate timing there. He's going to get quickly flushed out. So that turns this back into a 3v3. They know where Fauna is. They do have center zone control. So it's still up to Mira. They have to hit a couple of shots. LFP1 prepping the mortar. How many mortar shots does he have? I don't know. But he tests that one short. Very, very short. You need another 50 meters, I want to say. Maybe 30 to 50 meters. Oh, Benya. That one goes too far. Okay. You need to go right in between those two spots. I don't think he has any mortars left. Emergency cover comes out, and oh, I wish LFP1 would have had just one more mortar. That would have been hilarious to see. But I mean, Mira already, they have 11 kills in this. They have crate gear from these drops that were right here. There's more dropping behind them. So many unlooted ones. As Capitan just laying down in the bush with an MP5. He only has 60 bullets, so when he starts taking his shots, he has to make sure that he connects with them. But Toyo, they have 5 kills so far. They're playing this very, very slow. Trying to just play this as tactically as possible. Wait for Mira to push towards them. They just have to make sure that where they're all kind of spread out a little bit, they don't get picked off one at a time. That would be the worst possible scenario. But it's also very possible Benya takes a couple of shots from Fakeson. And it's not like Toyo has full center dot control. In fact, Mira might actually be able to take it over right now. But as soon as the smokes dissipate, they have so many different angles onto it. Now nades go out. They're just fishing. They're trying to find anything they can. Emmy takes a tiny little bit of damage. Mira might think that this is clear now because they don't find anything. They're going to be so confused. Benya, takes falling damage somehow. I don't know how that has happened to Benya, but he does go down. The nade goes out. Capitan, there we go. He goes down. LFP1 finds the nade onto him. So now there's only one player left. Emmy from the side finds the knock on to Fauna. Swinging around is LFP1. He gets the shots. He takes him down. Mira win match number 3 with 13 kills. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how Benya goes down right there. It said he went down to falling. His vehicle got blown up, so I don't know if he got crushed by it. But if he did, that's just really unfortunate for Toyo losing that one, and then the rest of Mira able to just push onto it quickly afterwards. Updated leaderboard though, Mira 38 points has taken over first place. Bestia now in second with 33. Alcadzia in third with 31. Toyo second place there, only up to 11th with 15 points. Furia 28 points in fourth place, and then you have Not Today, No Limit Gaming tied for fifth, followed up by Potentially Dangerous and Wuju 2 to round out our top 8 with 19 points apiece. So we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be right back for match number 4. Oh my goodness, the turnaround. Right back in to match number 4. I feel like that one was quick. We were out of one match, and now we're right back into another one. No problemo there. Gotta love it. It's always good to have a bit of fun. Oh, let's see. I gotta message someone about something. All right. So don't worry. We have another hot drop between not today and 1-0. Oh, don't worry. What is happening? Screaming got a knock onto Pirlo. The flush came out. Zing gets the knock onto Screaming. Shots come out from Fields. He finds 2. And Ciro, 7 bullets and a pistol is all he's got. He's going to try and run away from the shotgun. Makes it outside. Now he's going to run back inside. He finds a headshot, but not the knock. And now he's still just playing Ring Around the Rosie. Can he get away and try and get a little bit of loot here? Or is he going to be chased down before he can? Oh, yeah, no. That turn was not going to give him enough cover. Ciro goes down. 1-0. Going to be wiping out those players from not today. Mira fighting against Keep Out. Who it looks like did get a knock and flush onto Fauna. So now it's going to turn into a 4v3. Fakes gets a knock onto Velhoquente. Oh, the flush should come out. Yeah, there we go. JS9 sprayed over towards El Gordito. Doesn't find any shots onto him, but he has already been brought down to about half. So now we have Wills up next in this fight up against Fakeson. So it has got turned back into a 3v3. So you have the last place team up against the first place team right now in this hot drop. And both teams have gotten a knock and flush. Keep Out getting their first point against Mira. Of all the teams to hot drop and actually get a point on, I feel like Mira is one of the most surprising, honestly. Oh, Rads takes a lot of damage. Oh, Fakeson wanted to get a couple more bullets onto him. Unfortunately, not able to. LFP1 is singled out a little bit over here. So Gordito and Rads could try and find the shots onto him. But it's just slow playing at this point. Oops. Yeah, I mean, still super slow. LFP1 has made it up onto a rooftop. I think I saw a Panzer on his back. Nade getting prepped, and I think it is actually going to be thrown up. Yeah, it was thrown up towards LFP1. It didn't connect. Now the Panzer going to be whipped out quickly. LFP1 does find the knock onto Rads, and now he's going to have the Panzer spotted out. Willis did 1 bullet, finds the headshot, and he's going for the nade. Honestly, used the Panzer at that point. Nade goes out. Willis is going to reposition. The push comes out from LFP1. He opens up the doorway And yeah, he pre-fires with the Panzer. Gordito going to be the last one up for keep out. We're going to see stuns coming forward. It should be enough to stun him. Around the corner, LFP1 finds him. Fully stunned was Gordito. And he was not long for this match. But the good thing for keep out is they finally get their first point. No Limit Gaming, getting bridge camped by AKA, and Gladiator was in this spot, and now it's a lot more difficult, as Andrew did end up getting knocked, so Danny gonna try and reposition up on the hillside. Little does he know that AKA is already over here. So now he's trying to get away. Shot in the back by Nanu. A lot of damage done, but not enough to get the knock. He has just got to get out of there in the electric tank. And he does make it out of there. It looks like he was going to pull up on Stadium. But Danchin was pretty close to making it over there, so they'll be there at about the same time. Mullahs are going to be fighting up against Mission Ready International Alliance. And I believe they got updated on the leaderboard and everything as well. They're just not having a good day so far. They do have Karam filling in, so that can mess with it a little bit too. When you have a substitute for a day, it can kind of ruin maybe the flow of how you normally do things. So we'll have to see how he can do in there. And if they can try and do some more damage to Mullahs, who had 0 points but found their first kill up against MRIA. Mission Ready International Alliance. And they named themselves that simply because Mira is there, and they wanted to try and confuse people as much as possible by being very, very close to Mira's name, because according to what Cammy said, it was the best competitive advantage that Trevor thought they could get on the other players. And I thought that was hilarious. I think that's a great reason to name yourselves that. Vox is on the backside here. He spots out Gringo, and he does get the knock. Gringo, surprisingly, does get a bullet onto him. So Sonics, from the second floor, trying to get a couple of shots over there. I think Vox is going to have a difficult time leaving that position now. As up to the third floor goes Sonics. Michael is up on the hillside, so we might be able to get a couple of shots here in a second. Vox, do you throw it onto the balcony or into the building? Oh, you threw it right where you needed to. Sonics did end up going into the bathroom to avoid the nade that he heard you prep. So both players perfect there on where they thought the other player was and how to play it. As I think Sonics might try and go up to the roof, and that should expose him to Michael from the side. But we'll have to see. It is down into a 3v3 for these two teams. Sonics on the roof. I really would have expected Michael to have an angle and kind of shoot by this point, you know? I didn't think he was not going to have an angle for this long. And it looks like Sonics and Latinho might be trying to focus over onto Vox. The stun goes out. Now the nade to follow it doesn't find anything. Michael is going to have to be huge here. There we go. Michael from the side is getting shots onto him. So now the shots come out from Vox. He does get the knock onto Latinho. And gets the headshot onto Sonics as well. So he was almost taken down. Meanwhile, Warlock was in a fight against Karam, and he's taken a lot of damage. The stun's going out. Oh, that last one misses by a little bit. The knock. And now we're going to have two of the members of Mission Ready International Alliance ready for this fight. A couple of shots from Vox to try and mask the nade sound, and there we go. Sonics does go down to Karam. Vox doing those couple of shots and everything to make sure that Sonics can't even tell that he's getting naded is just phenomenal. Like, top tier. And they're able to get the kill, bring Mulaz down to just a single player. And now we hop over to Furia. We're looking around. Ooh, Hero. Okay. Hero VSS EMT kit in the glider. And he's gonna land. Try to land. He does successfully land up on the rock. And again, I feel like this is underrated. Because people go like, oh, if you have that up there, it's just going to give away that there's someone up here, right? But it also gives extra cover. So he can't get shot from as many sides. As he's taking a lot of damage, so he's just trying to lay down and not go down here. Few too many eyes, I think, are prying over towards this. And he's not going to be able to use the glider to get down either, because it's already been blown up. .55, popping some tires. They're going to be trying to keep Mira out of it. But Mira's on a hot streak. They're not really a team that you want to mess with. Alcadzia is going to be out for revenge, because they got pushed down out of group stages into last chance qualifiers. So they're definitely going to be wanting to try and fight it out with some of these teams, and really prove that they're just going to dominate going into the weekend. And I mean, I can't blame them. They want to win, and they want to make sure that they are through and they have the ability to, but I also feel like if they don't make it through, then they might end up having a rough time. Oh, that mortar, extremely close. That one also looks good. Can we get a little bit closer so we can see how close those are landing? I think Max Win are mostly out of here at this point. It's just Hero left behind. Ooh, AKA. They're just chilling towards the edge of stadium. They're going to be in all the houses trying to hold out as 55 and Furia are going to be fighting each other. Kraken trying to make his way over here to support. The first knock goes the way of Furia. Posa gets it onto Karak. Kawazine goes down to Pippa. Posa finds another one onto Psycho. Now he's going to find a third onto Zira. Only one player left in Pippa, and it's Gizira with the shorty to take down 55. So, Furia gonna get 4 kills. They're gonna stay as 4 up as soon as they get the res. They're going to be able to just hold on to their spot. Hero, his team has all gone down. He has a VSS and an EMT kit. The EMT kit's not really going to do too much for him at this point, because he's not even going to be able to get the res onto his teammates, as Mission Ready International Alliance is fighting up against Wuju 2. So we see Karam using a med kit. Now he's moving forward, but then Zito takes him down quickly. The trade coming out. Vox almost misses his shots, but he is able to take him down. Seifu spotted out. Early spray from Vox onto him as Michael pushes forward Honestly, if Michael had gone to the other side of the compound, he might have been able to take care of Seifu before he even made it in on the edge. Oh, Vox missing his jump there at the edge. Karam gets re-knocked by Mira. The flush has come out. Haven gets the finish. So it's down to Michael and Vox for the mission Ready International Alliance. 5 kills in this game. So they already have the exact same amount of points they've had the entire rest of the day so far. Which really isn't great for them. They are a team that I expect more out of. Even if they have Karam as a sub in there right now, Karam is still a very good player and should be able to at least help them get a couple of points. Maybe they're not going to be up towards the top of the leaderboard like we see them often. But I definitely didn't expect them so far down right now. But they are up to 11 points, so they're working on it slowly. RBN is flying in very fast over towards Stadium. Sold's also going over there. They're all of AKA is just focusing entirely on Solds, trying to get the shots onto him. Meanwhile, Warlock for Mulas is still alive. The last player left for them. He did get a couple of kills. So it's their best game so far because it's their only game with points. We have 10 teams left alive. I feel like what we see happen a lot in these is that Nade comes forward from Mime, does a lot of damage. That follow-up should be able to get the finish. There we go. Vinny gets him with the blown up vehicle. But I feel like we've seen a lot of teams go down really early. No one's been playing like center of zone, or there's always been like an open side of zone so far in these games. And it's been really interesting to see, because then we get down to the last few teams, and they play it so slow and slow, careful, trying to get the final few kills and everything. Meanwhile, you have Furia, who just refuses to not just stack on more kills and more kills. They did this during day 2 of group stages on Saturday, and they're continuing to do it here. I don't think they've had a single game where they've gotten less than 7 kills so far today. And they are just rolling teams. They are edge fighting. They are hitting their shots, and they are taking teams down. One after another after another. Vinny goes down to Gizira right there. Not a single knock onto Furia yet, and Flood is going to be the last one left on Bestia. So even though they're not playing this weekend because they made it through qualifiers absolutely fine, and they're just going to be in the grand finals now, they're going to be scary if they continue to keep this up for the next couple of weeks. As it looks like Gizira is dealing with D, who's made it up onto his ridge line. Solds goes down to the blue zone, so does an RBN. Santastico, the only one left for Rock, and he's in the zone. He is in the zone, 1-0. I have the center of zone right now. I feel like 2 teams can share that space. It's not impossible. It is just a little bit difficult because there's not a ton of cover. So you might lose a couple of people here and there on the way over. And that would be unfortunate. As it looks like Karam did get rezzed. He has a pistol. So he's really living it up with the loot right now. As Bestia finally get eliminated by Furia. AKA 6 kills so far in this match. Gladiator has 4 of them, so he's having a good match right now. 500 damage for him. The real question is where are they going to rotate to? Because Danchin was leading the way, and it's right into Furia. Kawazine gets the knock onto him with an M249. I don't know if you really want to send your players forward into an M249 in Furia's hands, but Cowboy with the links gets the knock onto Nanu. Roth makes sure to get the flush. Disney goes down to Kawazine. And Gladiator going to be the last player up for AKA. I did ask where they were going to go, and the answer was nowhere. They are down and out, and Cowboy still has 6 more shots left in that Lynx. I feel like this is like the second or third time we've seen him gillied up. So, we'll have to see Alcadzia. They're pulling up right here. This isn't in the zone yet, though. Oh, 1-0. Taking tires out. Oh, Alcadzia. They pulled up here just to try and scout forward really quick, and now all their tires are pretty much gone. So guess what? They now get to try and go over towards Furia Gizira. Oh, Kawazine with the M249 long-range spray on to Roth to take him down. D tries to get some utility forward, and now Alcadzia try and reposition a little bit, but Furia trying to just surround them, not let them out of this area, and really 1-0 is going to have to try and support Alcadzia if they want to make it out of here. Nade comes forward, Kraken doesn't find anything. How that second shot missed onto Kraken, I am not sure. That looked absolutely beautiful from Cowboy with the 1-2 punch from the Lynx. But now the blue zone is here. Kawazine gets the knock with the nade. Oh, that should be the flush. It is the flush. Mission Ready International Alliance Karam has been knocked. The res should come out, and he's going to have all of the util there. Gizira hits the head of Cowboy. Now Alcadzia go down. 4 teams remain. Mira, 1-0, Furia, and Mission Ready International Alliance. Yeah. It's 2 different teams in the center zone, and then Furia and Mission Ready International Alliance that have to try and make something happen. And MRIA, they made their name that way to confuse people. And now going into the late game with both Mira and them alive, it should be a little bit confusing for people. So we'll see if they're going to be able to capitalize on any of the confusion. Maybe get someone to overcommit or think that one of the teams goes down when really they haven't. As it looks like opening knock of the end game here is going to be onto Leo from LFP1. Posted takes a lot of damage from Vox, who has had a very good game. But Furia, 16 kills. I knew they were fighting on the edge, and I knew they were winning their fights. Last I knew, they took down Bestia, and we saw him get a couple of kills onto Cowboy. Where did the other, 4 kills come from? Oh, they are just absolutely destroying them. Vox accidentally knocks Karam. Picks him up. They should hit the heel and then move into this. Michael spotted just barely over the top. And now smoke comes out. Shots onto Karam. Posta trying to hit the shots. Haven gets the knock onto Gizira. Not going to have to worry about the res onto him. The other teammate is behind him. Should be able to get it. And Haven finds another knock onto AK-47 with the Lynx. Now we're going to see nades go forward where MRIA have to go. Vox goes down to Fields. Screaming gets a knock onto Karam. And Posa steals the kill away from Vox. So now 3 different players on Furia with 5 or more points. Haven gets another knock onto Gizira. So that's second bleed for Gizira Are they going to be able to get the res onto him? It's going to have to come out kind of early. Michael goes down to Kawazine. Oh, that nade up and over. It looks like Mira do want to try and push over onto Furia here. LFP1 does get the flush onto Key Zero. So much damage onto Kawazine. Nothing more coming of it right now. Mira have taken almost full control of the zone. You just have to be worried about Furia in their 19 kills as they are dominating right now. 1-0 have just been pushed back into a little shack on the edge. Let's see what they have to offer. Posa gonna stop up for a second, heal his helmet. Kawazine, I don't think really needs a heal on his helmet yet. But he does have a 3 helmet, so if it gets a little bit more damaged, it will be something of importance. Because that could very much help them win later on, as Haven has a fully healed level 3 helmet and level 3 vest. Kraken takes a headshot there. So Mira, they may not have 19 kills, but 8 kills and up into 3rd place right now is still very good. It's just that Furia are absolute freaks right now in how well they're playing. Another emergency cover comes out. I almost feel like you could have saved that for a little bit later on to throw farther forward. Because if you save that for later and this pulls farther north, then you're going to have some cover to use to maybe get towards the middle of this area. And my question is, what is 1-0 up to? I feel like we're not even feeling any presence from them. 3 seconds and the zone is going to pull in. Oh, nade's going to come out as soon as Kraken takes a couple of shots, but they missed the first one, and it's only 40 damage onto him for the second. So Kraken a little bit lucky there as Mira misses their nades. So now we're going to see if they're going to be able to do it again. Wait for Kraken to take a couple of shots and then nade that spot as early as possible. We do just donut for phase 8. Okay. Posa. Gonna prep the C4. Gotta give it a countdown, like 5 seconds. There we go. He did hold on to it for a second. Now he sends it forward. I think he held on to it for a little bit too long, but I also think Mira thought of the play coming out, and they did back off a little bit. But Posa getting a knock onto Screaming should be able to get the flush here. He does. So that's another member down for 1-0. 20 kills for Furia. Absolutely unparalleled right now. I mean, Mira have been getting more points, but if we're talking about just pure kills and fighting and everything, I feel like it has to go to Furia. Kraken, Kawazine trying to move forward. Fakesing going to be covering fire. He's going to be pushed out of that position in just a second. Nade does go forward, does a lot of damage on to Furia. Kraken taken down incredibly low. Haven and LFP1 both down around half. Nades now coming out onto the backside. Doesn't look like they are connecting with any knocks. So Furia still going to be able to hold. Kraken tries to get the shots onto LFP1. Now he's going to back off. Shots from Fakeson onto Kawazine. Does a lot. Doesn't find the knock. So it's just failing to find the knock. And Fakeson, the timing just didn't work out for them to spot out Kraken there. Haven just being careful, making sure that nobody's going to come through the blue zone at the last second. Nade goes out into the smoke. Fields gets a knock onto Posa. And that should open it up for Mira to move forward. But they're still hanging back a little bit. Kawazine trying to wait for Fields to peek around somewhere. He's going to be further in the shack. Haven does find the knock. Finds the finish on to 1-0. Now Fauna goes down to the Emperor 249. Haven finds the knock on to Kawazine, and it's all down to Kraken. 1v3. He at least finishes the flush onto Fauna. Fields gets the point onto Posa. What can Kraken do? 1v3. Pan goes forward a little bit shy. Goes for the shots, but Mira able to take him down. And it's Furia. Second place, 21 kills. Losing to Mira, who take first place in match number 4. That's match number 4. 11 kills for Mira, so very impressive from them. 2 more matches left on the day. We should get an updated leaderboard here in just a second. There we go. Mira with their second win. They're at 59 points. Furia, second place with 55. 43 kill points so far. Then you have Bestia Elkadzia, a.k.a. Not Today, No Limit, and then 1-0 rounding out our top 8. Potentially dangerous, tied with 1-0 right now at 21 points in 9th place. But we're going to go to a quick break as we get ready for match number 5. Right, here we go. Match number 5. Where will it take us on the dusty dunes? Where does the zone favor? We saw a couple of very southern ones near the drumstick when we were watching the group stages. Are we going to have anything crazy like that here? Or is it going to be a little bit more relaxed for us? Is a little bit more relaxed, maybe one that people are more familiar, more comfortable with. And it's not even that they weren't comfortable with the ones towards drumsticks. It's just that they're so hard to play around. So many large hills, mountains, which is what Miramar is for the most part. But we're going to one of the spots where I'd say has the least amount of hills and tough geography, just so long we don't pull towards San Martin. If we kind of stay over towards Graveyard, Cantera, yes, we still have our hills and everything, but I feel like there's a lot more open space compared to a lot of the other spots on this map. It's just up and down and up and down everywhere. At least here you have pretty much just a downhill slant for most of the area, and it just all goes into one giant bowl. But we'll have to see. I feel like it's a spot that plenty of teams are used to. Centering up on Graveyard right now, so we'll have to see how the teams play around it. Maybe it might pull down south towards Cantera or something. Or we could see it go up towards San Martin if it decides to hard shift up towards the northwest. There's so many possibilities for where it could go because there's not really a lot of unplayable terrain inside of our current zone. And there's so much space that pretty much everyone should be able to find a spot inside the zone without too much problem, without too much fighting. And it looks like, for once, we actually don't have any hut drops. So that's going to leave a ton of potential for how players want to play it anyways. MRIA, they were trying to grab themselves another truck. Unfortunately, one of the tires got popped. So I'm sure they'll be ditching that pretty quickly, as Keep Out. They just got their first point in the last match. I think they only ended up getting one, though, before they got taken out. And Mullahs also got a couple of points. So we don't have any teams on 0 points anymore. So that is good for them. As not today, it looks like they only got in with 3 for this match, so we'll have to see what they're going to be able to do with it. And overall, the leaderboard for this week, it's not as important to stay out of the bottom 4. Normally, when we're talking Spear Zero League and what's going on with it, it's all about trying to stay out of the bottom 4. With week number 4, it's all about trying to get as high a position as possible, because you get Smear Zero League points for it. And these Smear Zero League points are going to determine where you get to start in series number 5. Or series... I went week 4, so then 5 was the next number in my head. That's not how it works at all. We're in Series 6. So it determines where you're going to start in Series number 7. Whether you're going to be in Division 1 against the likes of Toyo, Falcons, MRIA, 55, and Furia, and all the other pro teams. Or if you're going to be down maybe Division 2 for the first week, and have to try and get into the top 4 to be able to then play in Division 1. So it's less about just trying to survive in this week and more about trying to capitalize, maybe take a couple more risks that you normally wouldn't take and be able to start as high up in the divisions as possible. That way you can get into Division 1 as early as possible and try and get as much practice as possible for when the next tournaments come around. Solds get sprayed down by Rybo there. The nade should be able to come out and flush him here in just a second. There we go. Emmy does get the flush. So 2 players down for Rock, who are continuing to just not have that great of a day. It's unfortunate. We saw this in the group stages too. Rock just maybe not having as good a day as they would want. And it's continuing here into Smear Zero League. We'll have to see if going into day number 2 they can turn it around. AKA Danshin spots out Santastico, gets the knock, should be able to get the flush in a second. So, yeah, Rock just struggling on day number 1 right now. Just like they did in the group stages. They did have a much better day number 2. And they were able to get quite a few points up there. But it certainly wasn't anything to write home about. They didn't make it through into the grand finals. They do have to play LCQ as Flood gets a couple of shots onto Geezier. Now he's going to prep the nade, try and get the knock with it. And he does get the knock with the nade. So now it's going to be Kraken, the last player left for Furia. The Molotov comes out, and it looks like the rest of them come forward. Bestia does wipe out Furia, and potentially dangerous from the hillside, trying to get a couple of shots down here. Aren't really able to find too much. Tires are getting popped, but they have a BRDM. Tires really aren't going to be too big of a problem. And what we have learned about the BRDM and Panzers is that if you get shot in the butt, the BRDM may blow up very shortly afterwards, but you won't get knocked immediately. You only get knocked immediately if you get shot towards the front of the BRDM with a Panzer. Info that maybe some people weren't fully aware about, but it is an interesting fact about it. Karak getting a knock and a flush onto Max Win. It'll be interesting to see how they do in the last chance qualifiers, because I really feel like besides Hero popping off with the VSS every once in a while, they got a few placement points, they got a few kills here and there, but Hero and his VSS were the only things that I really remember them doing in any of the group stage games. It was just, oh, Hero gets a double with the VSS. Or, oh, Hero gets another one with the VSS. And that's all I really remember from them. We saw them on a couple of rotates, and then they'd go down. Or wasn't really anything too crazy. And we are going back up towards San Martin, so we have this giant hillside to contend with that teams are either going to have to go up or down later on, depending on how far the circle decides to pull. Mission Ready International Alliance are fighting up against 1-0. Blue Zone and Nade go out early towards Leo, who has a jammer pack, and Screaming gets the opening knock onto Michael. Snakers gets the trade onto Screaming. AK-47 has pulled up right on the edge, should be able to go up and get the flush onto Michael. MRIA going to be trying to push over there as quickly as possible to try and help their teammate out, make sure he doesn't get flushed. Unfortunately, Snakers takes a little bit of damage, not really able to do too much. And Bizzler has made it over here, but Michael is getting flushed out. He's probably going to go down here in just a second. Yeah, there we go. AK-47 does find the flush. So unfortunately, not able to save him in time. And now AK-47 is going to be in a building where he can just hold. And he found a shotgun as well, so he's just going to be able to hold for even longer. Molotovs come out. Blocking the stairs in MRIA was the ones that actually threw that. So... AK-47, it looks like he actually kind of wants to get aggressive on this. Throws a nade, now he's going to back off. 1-0 did get their other member back up, so they're up to a 4-man. This is a 3v4 with one of the members of Mission Ready International Alliance very far off, not really ready to take a fight here, and it looks like Snakers has been able to join them back on the team. So we have Snakers, Michael, Bizzler, and Vox all back together. Snakers gets the knock onto AK-47. Gets the flush as well, so this goes back into a 3v3 right now. More of a 2v3. As Bizzler, Snakers going to be able to get the res. Fields gets the knock onto Vox. So now 1-0 going to know that this is a 2-man that they're fighting. And it just slows down. They're just not really doing anything crazy. How many mortars are being shot off right now? And where are they being shot off, honestly? Because I feel like we have heard so many landing. Oh. Okay. They hop into the vehicle. They pull out of here. Leo in a spot to maybe get a spray onto them, but that smoke line is phenomenal to give them the cover they needed to get out of there. Vox has crawled so far away from the rocks that they should be able to get the res onto him. And they're going to be back up to a 3-man. Maybe they got the chip as well. They might be able to go to a res station and get back up to a 4-man. As Mira, I feel like all spread out right now. But with 2 wins under their belt and being in first place right now, they have a leeway to kind of do whatever they want. They have been giving us plenty of results to show that they can kind of do what they want. So I'm not really going to say too much about it. They do them, and that's fine. Trades coming through between MRIA and Mira. LFP1, the last one left for Mira. And they do get the kills. 1-0 should know exactly where this was taking place, and if they read the kill feed right, they should have been pushing over there. And if they don't, that is just a missed opportunity for them. And a really, I think, a big misplay. Because if they flush a couple of the knocks, they get a couple of points, and they have the man advantage. Instead, it's just a huge missed opportunity, and they don't pick up any kills off of it. And now they might have to fight Mira as a full 4-man if they come over to their compound. So 1-0, I feel like the past couple of matches, we've seen them play a little bit passive. I think they've been playing a little bit too passive. Not today. I feel like you're in that shack a little bit too early. I feel like that's not a great situation for you. And Buggy blows up. I I almost feel like they were trying to blow it up to block them into the shack, which would be hilarious, honestly. Just like, ha, you're stuck in the shack now because we blew up a vehicle in front of the doorway. What do you even do? I mean, you can't do anything at that point, but... Oh, Bestia. Do they have a double blue zone, or was it just one blue zone? DraftKing can, yeah, just molly it. Oh, Zero tried to steal it away as soon as he went for the Molotov. And Zito does pick up the headshot. Probably steals the kill away from Bestia right there. So good looking out there to take that away. Not today. Do get eliminated. So even though they have won a match, they are only sitting at 22 points. As, ooh, Rybo has an early game Lynx. You're going to want to be careful, DraftKing. Rolling around in that BRDM, maybe not as safe as you previously thought. Because that 50 cal is going to go right through the window and be able to knock you out if you start to go up a hillside at 2 miles per hour. And this is what I was talking about. See, Mira is coming over here towards 1-0 now. And 1-0 could have mopped them up while they were still hurt from their fight. They only had one player left standing. It would have been a 3v1 for 1-0, and they didn't push over here as Mullahs versus No Limit Gaming. Mullahs, they lose 3, and they lose their 4th there to Emmy, as No Limit Gaming pick up 3 kills. But they also are down to only 1 player, I believe. So maybe not the best trade for No Limit Gaming, but they do pick up 3 kills, and I mean, they're really not doing too bad for themselves. They're in 7th place right now. 16 of their points have come from kills of their 22 points. So it's not like they're only getting points off of placement or anything. They are getting kill points. So now if they can have like a decent kill game alongside some good placement points, they're going to start to be looking really, really good. AKA, they're at 25 points right now, so they're doing pretty decent. A couple of teams here that haven't had awful games, but AKA having to send it down this hillside could be rough for them, sending it down in the bus, just holding to the right, hoping that you can make it somewhere. He has to go a little bit further forward. Honestly, I would have just pulled right up on the care package. Get yourself some fresh 3 gear and try and survive behind it for a second. Then take the bus on out of there. Instead he's shooting. I feel like he probably thinks that drop was looted already. Mira do end up taking down the rest of 1-0, and it looks like they were able to do it without losing a single player. As AKA, they made it down the hillside once, and now they have to make it the rest of the way. Disney did end up grabbing the drop there. Where is Okay. Wow. We are just, like, ending right on the road here, huh? Haven picks up a knock and kill onto Benya. So Toyo lose 1 Emmy. He's going to try and send it over here, regroup with the rest of the team. We have at least 18 seconds before the next zone pops. And it looks like Gladiator's been taken down. He should get flushed out. Mira just stacking on the kill points right now. I believe Furia have already been eliminated from this match. So now it's Mira's time to just stack on kill points. Maybe get a 3rd win in a row. And just confirm their way safely into 1st place going into tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Thursday. Right. We're not doing tomorrow. Day 2 is going to be on Thursday because of Players' Cup that's happening tomorrow and Wednesday. Ooh, max win. They take a couple of knocks from 2 different teams. Question is, they're still not in zone, and oh, there they go. Out in 9th place. Bestia, yeah, throw that emergency cover right onto your teammate. Try and get the knock onto him. We've seen it happen time and time again. How many kills can the emergency cover get? Especially when it's onto your teammates. Ooh, potentially dangerous. They're outside the zone, so isn't 55. So honestly, I think it'd be more worth it for 55 and potentially dangerous to just try and fight each other here. Try and go for the kill points. And then see what you can do about making it into zone afterwards. Bestia has spotted out the members of 55. Psycho taking a little bit of damage. Vinny gets the knock on to Pippa. The 3x spray, the transfer on to Pippa was good. Vinny taking a little bit of damage. Trying to go for the res right now. Honestly, a little bit ballsy. Toyo has gone right into Alcadzia. As potentially dangerous do end up taking down the rest of 55. And maybe, just maybe, they'll be in on the very edge of the zone, and they are. They'll be able to look right down onto Bestia. I think DraftKing and Vinny are going to be absolutely chalked right here. Vinny spotted out, down he goes. The flush should come out to follow. It is. AKA might be able to get a couple of shots over here. Glock goes down to the blue zone. So I don't know what happened to them. Tony has also been taken down. DraftKings is spotted out. The shots go out. Gabru, great 3x spray with the barrel, but he gets traded out by Zenny and AKA trying to steal this point away. They do get the flush onto him, so Wuju 2 lose their point that they probably wanted because they're only in 10th place right now. And the farther up they can go, the happier they will be. DIY ends up getting the team knock on Dorello. Emmy goes down, so now it's going to be all about getting him back up. But he does get flushed out by LFP1. Unfortunate there for Alcadzia to lose one to a team kill and then a kill steal. Bestia, 6 kills. They have the shack that they actually cleared out themselves earlier. DraftKings was able to throw the Molotov in here to get rid of Not Today. And it ended up working out for Bestia because that's where they're trying to play from now. Ooh, Fauna spotted out by Flood. He's trying to now get the shots onto LFP1. Only hits 1 bullet. But Alcadzia staring over here, trying to do damage as well. Whoop. So now Mira just all hunkered down, and all AKA has to do is throw a single nade, and they get 3 kills. Those players are all so stacked up right now that if AKA can get a nade in the right spot, they will go down. Oh, Nanu was looking. Disney sending it forward. Gets sprayed down. Goes down to LFP1. Shots coming out. Flood actually gets the knock. Okay, Nanu, you just have to throw a nade down into this dip. You don't throw it far enough. You have... I know you have one more. That nade also not really far enough. And, oh, Wuju too. They find the angle fakes and Fauna both so close to death. And Zito is taking damage, though, as the Molotov, and down goes Bestia. Potentially dangerous, able to deal with that. 4 teams left. We have Wuju 2, Mira again, Alcadzia, and potentially dangerous. Wuju 2, this is what we want to see out of you. Wuju 2 is one of the teams that I absolutely love cheering for. It has everything to do with their logo. It's adorable, amazing, and awesome. The coolest logo that I've ever seen, and I want to take it home as a pet. Let's see. So Potentially Dangerous took over the shack, and now they actually should be able to play from it. As Zenny gets knocked by Cowboy, it fakes in, trying to spot out Glock anytime he pokes his head up. Mira, 12 kills for them so far, and now they are just going to try and prep another smoke line. They had a beautiful one earlier on. This ridge line, very difficult for them to shoot over, I've noticed. They've hit the edge of it a few times. This smoke line, not quite as great as the one from earlier. And they still have a whole lot further to run. Wow. The fact that they made it here for, like, free and Alcadzia was not staring them down is crazy to me. But I think Alcadzia are a little bit more worried about where they're gonna go. As that sounds like a whole lot of blue zone nades. There's one. The second one didn't quite make it far enough. So he should be able to just heal through that, no problem. Now Molotov's nades coming out. If they happen to slot one... Oh, no. Glock went outside of it, and honestly, it would have been better for him to stay inside for a second. As the Molotovs were just not connecting for Mira. And they do find the flush. They're prepping another nade just in case someone's in there. Oh, they barely miss it. Wuju 2 further along. I think it's just going to be straight up fights between Wuju 2 and Mira here, and it's Enzito taking a headshot. What can Wuju 2 do? They have taken so much damage from Mira, who just seem to be hitting all of their shots right now. A team that is hot and is staying hot. And they're probably going to continue scrimming every single day because, I mean, they are doing so well right now. They don't want the momentum to stop. Seifu did get the knock onto LFP1. So now it's going to be a 4v2, and Zito goes down. Krystalny trying to shoot Fauna here. Fakeson has been taken down low. He takes a headshot from Zenny. Seifu goes down as the folded shield gets blown up by the nades. Now it's a 2v3 as Alcadzia are converging onto this 3v1. It's all onto Seifu. What can he do? He does find the knock onto Cowboy. The nade onto him from D does a lot of damage. He's going to have to go for a heal, but that nade alongside the AUG able to take him down. Alcadzia with 8 kills able to win match number 5. But, I mean, Mira there, 14 kills. Absolutely phenomenal. Furia went down a little bit early in that game, so Mira should have widened the gap a little bit, at least by, I'd say, 15 points. We'll have to see exactly what it is. Wow, it's more than 15 points. That's 23 points right there. 78 points right now for Mira. They have 2 wins. Furia in second place with 55 points. Alcadzia also have 2 wins, but they only have 54 points. That's just how many kills Furia has got. Time and time again. Bestia in 4th place with 47 points. And then you have AKA with 34. Potentially Dangerous with 32. Wuju 2 with 30. And then Toyo and No Limit Gaming to round out our top 9. Both with 25. So now we're going to go to a quick break as we get ready for match number 6. The last match of the night. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. So all we get to hear right now is whoosh, whoosh, whoosh as all the players go to their drop spots. And again, we were able to avoid any hot drops in the last match. Are we going to be able to avoid any hot drops again here? Right now, it's looking okay. Keep Out and Mulas are a little close together in Los Leones, but, I mean, the fact that they couldn't separate out enough in such a giant area, I feel like is a problem in and of itself. One of the teams definitely was probably trying to cause a little bit more grief for the other one, as Mulas are sitting at 4 points, Keep Out sitting at 2. They have not had a very successful day. They're not even averaging a point a game right now, and that's rough. It's really not super hard to at least get a couple of points in a game. I mean, all you need is a kill or two, and even if you don't get a kill or two, if you can keep your head down and find a decent spot and just play it smart, then usually you can get one through placement points. So the fact that they have 2 and 4, it's rough. It's not really showing a lot of a adept play, but hopefully they are learning from it, because, I mean, this is definitely a little bit of a higher tiered lobby, and that's what the whole SmearZero League kind of helps with. It gives the opportunity for some of the teams that maybe don't always get up to this level, the ability to play some matches against some of this, get used to the pacing, and then maybe look back on it and improve their own games. And I think that's a pretty cool thing that SmearZero does a little bit differently than just regular scrims, where you're kind of always just going up against the same players. And I mean, obviously, if you beat those players over and over and over again, then eventually you'll go up against the higher tiered players. But regular scrims, I feel like, weighs the tournaments a little bit more heavily. So it's a little bit harder for some of these teams to come and show up against some of the higher ranked teams, or even really get the chance to go against them every once in a while. So hopefully SmearZero will be able to keep this up, and some of the lower ranked teams will be able to continue to be able to go up against some of these teams and have some fun with it. DJ, what's going on? How are you doing on this wonderful night? I'm kind of wondering what they got going on with their color filter as well. Because it's turning the reds into like a black and stuff. DJ, lurks are always a good thing. We'd never be able to make it without the lurkers in our lives. Hopefully they're just, you know, not getting too overly close to us. Ooh, first signs of action here is, looks like Screaming able to get a couple of bullets onto Kraken. They ended up leaving the other Miramar very early on, and Mira was able to extend their lead over them because of it. And now we see Gizira getting knocked to a member of 1-0. They gotta be careful. They're not the only ones in the area, though, as 1-0 also has a member knocked now. There's a whole lot going on. in the screen right now. Top left is where all our action is, as we see Wuju 2 all of a sudden get eliminated in the kill feed, and now Kawazine gets a knock onto Leo. Should be able to get the flush. No, Kawazine goes down to Fakes and LFP1 with the flush. So now Mira is directly taking down Furia and taking their competition out of this match. Posa probably going to get sprayed out. Yes, Fakeson finds the knock onto him. And Gizira and Kraken are just going to try and get out of there. They are not too worried about trying to take this fight anymore. I don't know what happened to Wuju 2. All of a sudden they were just dead. To potentially dangerous. Who I feel like do need to change their name at this point from like potentially dangerous to like definitely dangerous. And I'm not saying that just because if multiple of them are in the car, you can then say whoever's driving is the DD. For DD. No, definitely dangerous. So you can have DD for... so whoever's driving is the DD. I just think it'd be funny to make those kind of jokes. I definitely don't think they're at the potentially dangerous point anymore. They're definitely up there in teams that we expect to perform decently. And I mean, right now, if we're looking at our leaderboard, really the only one that I would say is up towards the top that I think does really well, but just didn't end up doing well during qualifiers was AKA. AKA are in 5th place right now, and every time we see them in Smear Zero League, we see them do pretty well as Gabru gets the knock onto Andrew. It's going to be looking for more... Oh, Tavon from around the side. Now it's going to be Zello, and every single player for No Limit Gaming just got shot in the back. And it was just unfortunate for them. They got too focused on where the last shots came from, and they didn't focus on where they could get shot from. So down they go. But yeah, I'm surprised AKA wasn't in the group stages and stuff. So they fell in the qualifiers, but we see them performing here in Smear Zero League, and maybe going into the next tournament, we'll be able to see some more action from them and see them make it all the way up and through into the group stages. Yeah, every single one of them. The first person got shot in the back, so then someone else was just focusing on where they got shot from. So then they got shot in the back, and the last player decided, oh, I don't care about the person that shot my first teammate in the back. I'm just going to go fight the person that just shot my other teammate. And led to them getting shot in the back. But here we have Hero and Max win, where we're going to see them in the last chance qualifiers, which means we're going to get to see plenty more VSS action, which I think is funny and hilarious. And he runs the EMT kit. So far today, he's run the EMT kit and then continuously not been there with his teammates to be able to use the EMT kit, and it just like really throws me off. Gladiator going through the middle of Mulaz, and I think he should have been punished right there, because there was a player on the side of the hill that could have sprayed at him and just didn't. So Gladiator definitely getting a little bit lucky there, as a lot of these teams trying to find a stop. We're going over towards Truck Stop for our second Miramar Circle. And I'll be curious to see, do we think Mira has another like 22, 23 point game and makes it up over 100 points in this? I feel like it's a possibility, as Emmy is just out in the open. That nade not going to be close enough to do any damage, and Emmy makes sure to smoke right where that nade was, so maybe they'll smoke it again. Rock has had an abysmal first day. 12 points so far. And I feel like they did almost the exact same thing in group stages, and then they weren't able to follow it up at all. Potentially dangerous. 7 kills so far in this one, and they run over Psycho, go for the shots onto Pippa, but Wills steals it away. Pippa's nade almost takes down Tiny at the end there. Tiny just full sending it through, gets the reknock with the squish. I really want to get a squish emote. Just like an animated car just squish. I think it would be hilarious. Alright, Mullahs. They came over here outside of zone, and now they're gonna be trying to shoot at Rock. Did they come over here to rescue their other teammate? Oh, that nade. Oh, that pre-nade was almost really, really good. I don't know what Mullahs are doing. Again, they only have 4 points so far. And all of them have been off of kills. And now they're jumping out of their vehicles inside the blue zone. What? Gringo has no heals. He does find a first aid kit right there, but if they have no heals, why'd they come out to the blue zone? I'm so confused. I guess there's a reason they only have 4 points, and it's stuff like that. I refuse to believe that they weren't going to be able to find a spot in zone. Phase 3 pulls very far away from here. It looked like we went up to the northwest. We haven't actually got a look at it yet. But we should hear shortly. Let's see. Yeah, we are still going up towards Struxup. It is pretty much directly north. Max win on the edge of the zone over here. It looks like they're just kind of playing the dips. Feels is right around the area. The last player left, potentially, for 1-0. Because I don't see anyone else near him. If he's not the last one, I'm not sure what's happening. Bizzler just annihilated there by Benya. And the flush does come out, so Toyo pick one up on Mission Ready International Alliance. Who also only have 17 kills. There's a couple of teams that, if they keep up this like level of performance, I am very scared for going into last chance qualifiers. Like, it is scary to see Mission Ready International Alliance performing the way they are performing. And, yep, there we go. They get eliminated there by Mira. They pick up 3. Biel just picks up 3 with the Panzer onto Mullahs. I wish we could watch that one back, because I want to see that. Mira are up to 7 kills so far in this one. So Mira and Furia are still 2 teams that are just on a hot streak, and they are not slowing down at all. They are ready to fight anyone and everyone, and they are fighting anyone and everyone. And they're winning a lot of their fights. Furia, the past 2 games have started to slow down a little bit, but Mira have gone like, oh, Furia's not gonna get 10 kills a match right now. We'll just get 20. And it's just ridiculous how they're playing. Elkadzia, yeah, they're looking good right now too. But it's not necessarily kills. They're just playing really solid PUBG. So they have 30 points, or 30 kill points, and then 24 placement points. So they are playing just really solid PUBG, where they're also getting good placement points and kills. It's not like they're just sitting here rolling the lobby like Mira and Furia are. They're making it off of placement points. And I honestly have to say that might even be more impressive. Yeah, Emmy, stare right at Benya. Take him down. Alright, we are in phase 4. The zone is going to start moving in 15 seconds. And we're going over towards truck stop. This is going to end right around the T. It's going to end right around the T. Calling it now. Yeah. As Haven gets a knock onto Teknosh, I mean, Mira is their next target going to be Maxwind, who are also getting shot by Elkadzia from the other side. Frogman goes down to Cowboy. Oh, Hero going to be going down to Rello. 1 player left for Maxwin, and it doesn't actually look like Mira are worried about this fight. Hero was probably trying to just go for the res real quick because he does have that EMT kit. He should be able to drop it for his teammate, who, yeah. 5-second revive should be able to pop a first aid into him real quick, too. Ooh, doing it a little bit wrong. Keep out! They have more kills. Not today. They have a win, and they're only at 22 points. Now 23 as Rads finishes them off, and that's where they're going to end on the day, 23 points. Keep out. They have a couple of kills now. They might actually be up to 6 points. They might be averaging 1 point a game at this point. Yeah. Oh, Hero goes down as Cowboy just takes them out of the vehicle. Frogman, last one up. And I imagine Elkadzia will just go and try and take this one away. Mira gonna be up on the hillside above. And nobody really in the center of this one. Not that the center really offers too much to play from. You want to be either in truck stop or around Elkadzia's spot. Otherwise, you're just downhill from Elkadzia. Cowboy did get knocked and flushed. So they did lose 1 player. Roth is sitting above a 4-man of Toyo right now. Keep out 6 kills! What a match for them. 6 kills puts them up to 8 points so far. And they've tripled their production in the other 5 matches. If that's not impressive, I don't know what is. Maybe they just weren't able to find their stride earlier, and now they're kind of starting to. I mean, this could be this is the first time I've seen them up here, so it's a very different level and pace of play that maybe they're used to. So if they can come in tomorrow and get like 15 points or something, then I think that's going to be impressive. Moolahs, on the other hand, I feel like we've definitely seen them in Division 1 before, so the fact that they have so little points is concerning. Gordito does have the Blue Zone pack, and he might be able to make a play off of it. He's going over here with the Panzer, shoots it forward. Oh, if he would have been able to get the kill with that, that would have been awesome. But they do get their first placement point to go along with it. So I think that's a good match for Keep Out. Go back on that. Kind of figure out how you were able to get your kills, see what was happening, and try and do more of that on Thursday when we have day number 2 after the Players Cups. Kraken and Gizira are on the exact opposite sides of the zone. Oh, shots coming out from Gladiator, and wasn't patient enough to make sure he hit the headshot. And that's a misplay by Gladiator right there for AKA. That is definitely not what you want. And now Rock fighting potentially dangerous. Tavon takes a second one out of the vehicle. Sold's going to be the last one left. Potentially dangerous. 12 kills in this match. So they've had a good one. That nade from Sold's not going to connect. Blue zone is here. So we'll have to see if that nade forward can do anything. I think Tavon is in a rough spot here. I don't think he's going to be making it out of this. Santastico stolen away by Kraken. And now Benya steals away Gabaru. Solds does find the shot onto Tavon. So Rock pick up another point, and maybe their disappointing day won't be quite as disappointing. I don't know how many kills they're up to in this one, but they are, at the very least, in 6th place with a couple of placement points. Toyo, they have 5 kills so far. Benya with 3. Emmy with 2. Rybo doesn't have any yet, but maybe that'll turn around when he peeks up and over towards Solds, as Kraken may just get a free kill here, depending on the timing. Now, he's up over the ridge, so Kraken would have a lot of work to do to be able to make it over and get that kill with Toyo hunting him down. I still don't know why Gizira and Kraken are on the exact opposite sides of the zone, but it's pretty entertaining. The zone didn't go to the T like I was trying to call out. We are down to 4 teams left. 3 for Toyo, 3 for Mira, 2 for Furia, and 1 for Alcadzia. Relo and Gizira are fighting inside the zone, while the rest of the teams all fight outside the zone. If Toyo and Mira eliminate each other or take each other down quite a bit right here, as Fakeson gets a knock onto Rybo after he got the knock onto Fauna. Now we see Benya get a shot up and over. Kraken finds Benya after Gizira finds Relo. So, I mean, this is a 2v3 all of a sudden. Furia might be able to group up a little bit. Kraken on the flank of a lifetime, I guess. Able to make it work. And, I mean, Gizira just going to be trying to prevent LFP1 from going anywhere. He didn't. And all of a sudden, I think Gizira is in a lot sketchier of a position. Yeah, Gizira just out in the open. He's going to fall. Kraken going to be the last one left. Fauna did spot him out. I mean, Mira versus Furia. Mira has 16 kills. And it looks like they're posed to take a 3rd chicken dinner on the day. LFP1 getting up on top of the shack for an angle. I think he spotted out Kraken for just a second. Smoke goes out onto Gizira. And Fakeson just looting the dead body real quick. Like, oh, you got some 3 gear? Maybe a Groza for me to then go kill your teammate with? LFP1 already has a Groza, so if Fakeson had picked up the other Groza and they had 2 of them, I think that would have been GG for Fakeson. Or for Kraken. I think it probably is anyways. These nades gonna go forward. Do they find anything? 33 damage. Kraken has a much harder nade to throw. As, ooh, that's damage coming out from Fauna. Kraken super duper low. Nade doesn't find anything. 5 more smokes for Fakeson. I feel like you can be gutsy here. Kraken is a really good shot. But you have 3 players up. You can have one player just try and take this fight. Just really try and push towards him, if you want. I mean, or you can play it slow and wait for the next zone, but I don't think they have too much to worry about. They're going to be in first place by a large margin. Kraken does have a all-in-one repair kit to be able to get his helmet and vest fixed, make sure that it is good to go. And now it looks like he is wrapping back down. He did see Fauna, takes a couple of shots. And I just feel like they could have constricted him more by this point. Tried to take him down, LFP1. Couple of shots. I mean, this 4x spray, either way, is absolutely nasty from Kraken. 8x. Doesn't find anything. It does take a bullet there. He has no first aid to work with. I think that's going to be a blue zone bouncing well beyond where he is sitting. The problem now being he has 3 bandages, 2 energy drinks, so many smokes, and it looks like he's just going to go down to his own nade. I mean, not awful. If they want to try and take first place, that deny makes sense, because Mira's already at 17 kills. An extra point is going to put them a little bit farther away. And that's really not what you want, because when we see the updated leaderboard here in a second, we're going to see a large lead for Mira as we get ready to call it a night. Yeah, I mean, Mira, 3 wins on the day. Alcadzia, 2 wins. Not today. We're able to pick up a win in match number 2. They got themselves towards the center of zone, and then were able to capitalize and make sure that they got the win. Updated leaderboard should be up in just a second. We see MVP for today was LFP1, 25 kills on the day, 2,500 damage, and 8 assists. Fakeson had a very good day on damage and assists as well. Not really that many kills, though, for him, as he had less than 14, so he's outside of the top 5. Haven with 17, Gizira Kawazine with 15. Peace Fauna had 14 kills. And then Cowboy and Rello, alongside Flood, all do get on this leaderboard. Everything else is just Furia and Mira. There's nobody else on this. So now we should get our final leaderboard for day number 1. Day number 2 is going to be on Thursday, but 105 points for Mira, 67 for Furia, 62 for Alcadzia. I mean, Mira is in a league of their own right now. Furia, Alcadzia right next to each other, a little bit ahead of Bestia and potentially Dangerous at 47 and 46 points, aka Toyo Wuju 2 at 37, 36, and 30 to round out our top 8. And our bottom 4 right now are Mission Ready International, Max Win, Keep Out, and Mulaz. It says Team Liquid is at 0 points, but that's because Team Liquid isn't actually playing. I think they may have accidentally checked in when they meant to check out. But that is how we end day number 1. So we're gonna go raid Shane Doe because I want to listen to that beautiful raid music. And I will see you guys on Thursday for day number 2 of Smear Zero League. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your night. I will see you guys next time. DJ, I appreciate you stopping by. Flame, I appreciate you stopping by. Cartoons, I know you're not here anymore, but thank you for stopping by too. And everybody else who was just lurking and may not have chatted, I appreciate you guys so much. Have a wonderful rest of your night. I'll see you Thursday. Bye bye.